Welcome back guys, hope you are doing great. And today's in this video we're gonna learn how to create a full stack web application or to be exactly, we are going to build a full stack AI mock interview application using React, TypeScript, Clerk Authentication, Shadcn UI library, and we're going to use the Google Gemini AI, right? So basically this idea which we are using, it's built by using Tube Guruji YouTube channel, and they built this complete project by using Next.js, React, Drizzle ORM, Gemini AI, Clerk, and moreover they built that complete project in the JavaScript. And if you are a beginner that you are learning the React using JavaScript, I strongly recommend to follow their video, and they are completely beginner friendly. So I just upgraded that project based on UI, and we entirely upgrade the project from JavaScript to TypeScript, and we enhance a few options over here, and we are using the Firebase for the data storage, and we are using the Google Gemini AI for data validations and everything, and we are using the Clerk Authentication, and we are using Shadcn UI. So we're gonna build this project completely from the ground by using React White framework, and we are using the TypeScript to enhance our coding in a more secured way, right? So let me give you the overview of the project. So this is the landing screen, and it is completely user friendly, and it is completely responsive as well as, right? And we are using the Clerk Authentication, and once the user has been successfully authenticated, he will have this option to take an interview by himself. So once he click it, so these are the previous interviews which I created for myself, right? So, and for you as a new user, moreover, it will be empty. So for instance, let's say if I want to start a new interview, all I have to do is to click the start option, and that is going to give me the instructions about that interview sections which we created, and the important informations. And if I wish to enable the webcam, all I have to do is to simply click the enable webcam. So that is going to enable the webcam as well as, then if I wish to start, so the reason why we kept the webcam option over here, it's because it showcase your presentation, how you are presenting yourself in front of your interviewer. So you have the clear cut idea that how you are representing yourself. So you can look and you can make some modifications and way of speechings, your actions and everything, mostly your interactions. So here you can see the questions. Question number one, these are the different tab options which helps us to switch between from one questions to another. And here also you have the options to turn on and turn off your webcam. And moreover, we are not recording or anything, or not, these options will never be saved anywhere. All right. And once you click this start recording option, so what exactly we are doing is, all you have to do is to explain the answer, explain the question. So our website will start listening to it and converting your text into the speech into the text. So for instance, let's say if I click this option, so that is going to listen to the speech which I'm talking, and then it is going to convert that speech into a text. So this text will be validated by using Gemini AI with the answer which is already generated, and it is going to validate the answer which you talked. Then it is going to give you the feedback and the ratings as well as. So once you stop this, it is going to push this answer to store the data into your Firebase. Let me stop it. And if the answer is already been saved, it is going to give you the warning, right? It is going to gives you the warning that's the answer, it's already been saved or anything. Okay, so the user can answer only one time. So if I click this and it's saying, are you sure that you want to submit your answer? So all I have to do is to click continue. So it's saying you have already answered this question. So user can answer only one time. Okay, so you can't, once the answer has been submitted, you can record, and you can check your text, and you can keep on do the same stuff. But once you are willing to save your answer, once it is submitted, you can't submit the answer one more time, right? So once this answer everything has been submitted, you can get into your homepage, and you can check your feedback option all by yourself. Click it and you can check the feedbacks for each and every questions or for the entire overall ratings for the entire interview section. So you can expand it, and that is going to give you the rating for that particular question and what is the expected answer and what is your answer, and it is going to give you the feedback based on the answers generated and based on the answer you provided. It is going to give you the feedback by evaluating it, not just by comparing it. Okay, so this is all about on the user end. Then for the admin, all I have to do is to click add new. I can simply add n number of interviews. Right now for this version, for the beginner version, you can add only 5 questions, and you can convert this into an SaaS application just by integrating some premium subscription options, so the user can enhance the advanced AI features, number of questions, and using super fast AI and super trained AI models, right? Something like that. That's for the futuristic project. All right. So this is all about all these entire data is saved in the Firebase, and we are going to deploy this project in the Firebase. Okay. So once again, we're going to build this project by using React TypeScript with white framework, and we are using the Shadcn UI library. Then we are using Clerk Authentication for seamless user authentication, and we are using Google Firebase for data storage, and we are using Google Gemini AI for validating our user interviews answers. All right, so this project is completely built on the idea of this particular channel. So I gone through this interesting idea like few months before. Due to some reasons, I couldn't upload the video for past couple of months properly. Now no issues. From this month onwards, you will have a constant and frequent update on a realistic projects. So if you are a user, your beginner who's willing to pursue your career as a React developer, I strongly recommend to follow this channel. They literally help you to enhance your web development skills in a beginner friendly way. Okay, so I strongly recommend you follow this. All right, so let's go ahead and build this project completely in the TypeScript. All right, so first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create myself an empty repository in my GitHub, which I do already have. And if you are looking to download this project and assets which we'll use in this project, all the things are linked in the description below. Click it and you can download it. The source code of this project is completely free to use. You can access it from the GitHub directly. So click the link and access it. Now all I have to do is to copy this, and I'm gonna open up my terminal. Then let me make it a little bit bigger. Then I'm going to get into the desktop. So here all I have to do is to say git clone, paste it. Then I'm going to use this as AI mock interview, something like that. React type something. Okay, so it is appeared to be that we have cloned an empty repository. Yes, of course. Then let me open this AI mock interview in the Visual Studio Code. Perfect. Now we have opened that application in the Visual Studio Code. Now all I have to do is to go ahead and install the white application. So close this and let me create a new tab over here. Search for React with white. Click the get started option. Okay, and if you scroll all the way to the bottom, and you can see these different package installers. In this case, we're going to use this PNPM, and if you're looking for different packages as well, as feel free to use your own package installers, Yarn or Bun. If you're looking to use the PNPM, all you have to do, install the PNPM in the global first, npm install -g pnpm. So that is going to install the PNPM globally, which in case I already installed it, so I don't have to do that. Close this. Then all I have to do is to go ahead and install the white. Okay, so let's say pnpm create white at, use the latest version, Then I'm going to use bring the project in the current project directory itself, because I don't want to create one more subfolder inside that folder. Hit the enter. Then I'm going to use the React. Then I'm going to use the TypeScript. There we go. Okay. So next, what we need to do is we need to go ahead and install this Tailwind CSS using White, because the thing which we are going to use is the Shadcn. If I click the Shadcn, click the Shadcn UI, click the get started, jump into the installation section and click the White. So the problem over here is they are using the configuration for Tailwind CSS 3.4 version, but the Tailwind CSS is just upgraded into the version number 4. So when you're watching this video, if they haven't updated the Shadcn UI over here, so I strongly recommend you to go ahead and change the version for 4.0 into 3.4.17. Okay, so change this. Click the search option once again and search for install Tailwind CSS with White. This is the thing. This is the configuration which looks exactly similar over here. Okay, I strongly recommend to change this, otherwise you will run into the issue. Then once you did that, now let's copy this from here, -d auto prefixer. Let me clear it. Then I'm just going to say -npm add -d Tailwind CSS post CSS auto prefixer. Hit the enter. So that is going to download all the necessary stuff. Perfect. Then I'm just going to initialize this command. So let's say npm add. Before making sure of this, I need to make sure, I think I made a mistake over here. I need to check what version that it is installed. See, it is installed this particular version. So this is what I am afraid to. So all I have to say npm remove. Let's remove it and then let's add this stuff one more time. Okay, so I have to remove these 3 things. So let me copy this, clear, npm remove all these things. Yep, now they are removed. Then npm add. Right after here, after the Tailwind CSS, let's say we need to install a very specific package called 3.4.17. 3.4.17. That's the version number that we are looking for. Hit the enter. And that should be downloaded. Yes, this is the one. Perfect. So clear it. And now you should initialize it. npm Tailwind CSS init. Okay. So if you're using Tailwind version number 4, here it will shows that Tailwind CSS is not found. Okay, because White can't understand that version number 4. That's the reason. So make sure, if you're facing that issue, make sure what version that you're using over here. Now we have the Tailwind config.js and post CSS config.js as well as. I'm just going to literally copy everything, then I'm going to paste it over here. Save this. And now all we have to do, make sure that it is keep on monitoring the content index.html and the source directory and all the subdirectory and the sub files which is inside with the specific file extension called js, ts, jsx and tsx. Perfect. Then I'm just going to copy this. Let me get into the source folder and click inside the index.css. I'm going to delete everything and then I'm just going to paste it literally. Then I don't need the app.css, delete it. Then I'm just going to delete all the things inside the app.tsx and I'm just going to use this React snippet. You can download it from the extension, search for React snippets. You can find that extension and install it, which helps you to write the React codes much faster. And then here, I'm just going to say, use the Tailwind IntelliSense as well as. That is also the same extension that you can download from here. You need to install this React snippets, this one, ES7 React Redux snippets. Then you need to install this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, this one, the very first one, because that helps us to show the auto suggestions of the Tailwind CSS classes. Okay, so save it. Now all I have to do is to make sure that it's working perfectly fine. So npm run dev. All right, no issues so far. So if I run it, you should be able to see the text color, which is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. Perfect. Now it's working. I know that. So let me close this. Clear. Then now let me jump into the Shadcn. So I finish all the Tailwind CSS configurations in a quite weird way. Okay. So now all we have to jump into the tsconfig.json file, and I need to copy this compiler options. So this is the reason why we are using this is because all the import statements will be prefixed with the @ sign. Okay, you can customize that operator whatever you want, but in this case I'm going to keep it as it is. Then let me jump into the tsconfig.json. Right after this resolve reference object, sorry, array, I'm going to paste that compiler options. Don't change this folder name unless you change this folder name. Okay, then I'm going to copy this base URL and the path object, and I need to paste it inside the tsconfig.app.json, and I need to paste it inside the compiler options objects. So this is the place where the compiler object is finishing. So at the end of the property, I'm going to paste that. Make sure that is pasted inside the compiler options, not after the compiler options, because that's the quite mistakes as a beginner we used to do a lot. Then we need to install this specific package. Copy this and then paste it. Once you did that, that's it. We need to update this one, our white.config.ts, because the changes what we made over here need to take place with our white automatically. Otherwise, the import statement will not predict it properly. So click the white config.ts and include this path and keep it on the top. Then I'm going to copy this resolve object. I'm going to paste it over here. Save it. So whatever the component which is coming from the source, it will be automatically ignore this /shows/ and it is going to prefix with as @. That's it. That's the thing. So that's going to keep our import statement literally clean. Then now let's go ahead and initialize our Shadcn. This is the place exactly we are initializing the Shadcn. So click this and then paste it. Hit the enter. All right, so here we go. So now we are inside the Shadcn, and it is asking basically that in this Shadcn there are two different modes, default and the new org style. Just the paddings and margins a little bit differ from each other. So in this case, I'm going to go for the default one itself. And these are the color codes, different color palettes that you're looking for. I'm going to go for the default one. And would you like to generate the CSS for theming? Of course. And now if you get into the your index.css, you can see there are lots of custom CSS generated variables over here generated by your Shadcn itself. Okay, you can change these base variables just by customizing your theme sections over here. So let me click this themes and let me open it in a new section. And if you click this customize options, you can play around with the styles over here. Different style sections, light theme or dark theme, and the padding, how much padding that you are looking for, and the radius and everything. And once you made some customization changes, all you have to do is to click copy, and you can see the layer base, it's been completely generated. You can simply minimize this layer base, delete this, copy this, paste it there. That's it. In this case, I'm just going to leave it as it is. I'm not going to do anything else. Close this and let me change it to dark mode. All right. So now we initialized it and we created all the necessary stuffs and everything. Let's check it out whether it is working fine or not. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it over here. So once the button it's been generated, you can see a new folder over here called components. It's generated automatically. Inside there is a new folder called UI, and we do have the button.tsx. This is the button component generated by the our Shadcn. Okay, so let's make sure how to use this. So all I have to close all, and then I'm going to click the app.tsx, delete the unwanted import statement, and inside here I'm going to keep this as button. So once I type the button, it's saying ./UI button. Of course it is coming from there, and let me import this, and I can change this to @. So that is not going to give us any issues after all. So save it, and inside this button I'm just going to say click me, something like that. So let me run this pnpm run dev. All right, so let me click this. There we go. See, we have ourselves a nice button over here. I can customize this just by adding the variant. Let's say I want to keep this as the outline, and you can see it is in the outline. And if I want to keep this as the destructive, and you can see that the UI it's quite interestingly changed. And the size of this button, if I want to keep it as an icon, this is the button which is for icon, right? So that's the reason we are using the Shadcn UI library, which is lightweight and it is super user friendly for our usage. All right, so let me keep this entire coding stuff part clean. So now we all know that we successfully configure our project setup. We finished our project setup white, and we finished our Tailwind CSS configurations, and we finished our Shadcn UI configurations. So let's push these changes by committing all these things. So I'm just going to say message changes project initiated and setup completed with Shadcn UI. Commit it. Give a proper commit message, and we can push it to our GitHub later. So whenever you finish some work, give a proper commit and then save it, because that really helps us to revert back. That's the reason we created the repository, and then we directly pulled it, and we are working on our local Git right now. Okay, so you can revert back whenever you want. All right, so that's the reason. So I'm just going to close this, and now I don't need the Tailwind CSS anymore. Close this, and I don't need this. Close this. Okay, so first, let's go ahead and start working with our home screen, the header UI, and the clerk authentications and everything. So let's go ahead and start working with the clerk. Okay, then, so now let's click the new tab and search for clerk authentication. Clerk authentication, click this, and all you have to do is to click sign in, and sign in with using your Google account or GitHub account. In this case, I'm gonna sign in with myself with my Google account. If you are creating yourself an organization, keep it, or you can use your personal account as well as. So in this case, I'm gonna use this my organization. Then all I have to do is to create a new application, and you can give yourself a new name for YouTube AI mock interview. So that is how the component is, which is going to look. Okay, so then you can use this Google or Facebook or whatever you wish to. In this case, let's keep it as a GitHub itself. You don't need to do any necessary configurations, because the clerk everything will do it for you. All right, perfect. And this is how the application outlook it's going to looks like. Then all I have to do is to create this application. And then now we are inside that application, which is in the free mode. Okay, if you are going for professional, the pro mode, you can remove their watermark, brand logo. So in this case, I'm going to use this React. So change this into React, and it is using the white application only. And since we already install and set up everything, let's change the package versions to pnpm. And now all I have to do is to stop the server, clear everything, and then I'm just going to copy this and add this package. There we go. It is being added. Clerk React. Perfect. Now everything is added. Let me clear it. Then I need to create myself a new environment file. So I'm just going to copy this. Inside, let me create a new file called .env.local or .env. So whenever you add this file name, so make sure that file it's been ignored. Environment file. So that, okay, so far it is, I think it is ignored, but it is not showing up over there. Okay, so environment variables needs to be ignored. So let's say dots env, then dot env dot stop, whatever the file that it is coming after that, all these files, everything needs to be ignored. And you can see that is not included, you can see, because they are not highlighted, the color which is a little bit dim, so you can understand that is being ignored. Okay, so inside that environment local file, I'm just going to keep this, copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it and save this. That's the API key for our white, that the publishable key for our clerk. Okay, then inside the main.tsx file, so let's open the main.tsx, and inside there we need to add this publishable key and the clerk provider as well, as because clerk provider is the component which wrapping all our component inside that component, so we can use the user credentials wherever we need it inside the child components. So first what I need to do is, all I have to do is to get this publishable key. So I'm just going to copy this, and right after here I'm gonna paste it just like exactly the same way. So please make sure, if you rename this variable white clerk publishable key, if you rename it, you should rename it over here as well. As if you don't did that, you don't have to worry about it. Close it. Then I need to wrap our entire application with the clerk provider. So copy this, wrap our app.tsx with the clerk provider. Make sure to import the clerk provider right after here. Okay, save these changes. Now you don't get that error anymore. Okay, so here they given some way of using all those button actions and everything. Okay, so in this case, what exactly that we are going to do is, we are going to click the continue. We are not going to use any of these steps. We're just going to click this continue to React guide over here. Okay, and then we need to install Clerk React router, because we need to create ourselves the custom routings as well, as right. So that is what we need to do. So I'm going to change this into pnpm. So click this and then add this, because we need to protect our route. If you check our website over here, home, contact us, about us, services, all these routes, and sign in and sign up page, these routes are public routes. But this take an interview and generating the pages and all those things are protected route, so we need to protect them. So in order to do that, we need to follow this documentations, because we need to create ourselves a custom like what is it, routings. Okay, so I think it's using this one, so don't worry about this, don't worry about this, because we already configured all these things. Then route auth loader. Oh my goodness, that's what I'm wondering. So React router is a different one. So that's a version, different framework provided in the React White itself. Different one. That's completely different. I thought it is a React router DOM. So I think we need to remove that package first. So let me remove that package. Removed. Clear. Then if you check over here, you can see we have a separate React option. So click this React option over here. Okay, and there they provided the necessary steps to do with the Clerk React and everything. So in this case, I'm gonna add this. We did it, we did it, we did this, we did this. So all right, so it's just a blender mistake made by myself. So I thought React Router is a separate one, but React Router, it's just a pre-built hooks and components built by the Clerk itself. Okay, so in this case, we're going to use the React Router DOM itself. So simply search for React Router DOM. So that is going to give you the add reactor to your Clerk provider Chrome extension, install React Router DOM, the very first one. So or you can simply get over the SDK references, Chrome extensions, click the guides and add React Router. So you need to add this package, pnpm add React Router DOM. Okay, then you can see over here they're having the sign in and sign up and the settings page, different routes, right? This is the route for sign up page, and this is the route for settings pages and everything, custom pages. So this is the exact same ideology that we are going to use in our project. So we're going to have ourselves a custom layout, and we're going to have ourselves the protected and the public routes as well as, okay. So let's keep this one for our example over here, but no, we are not going to use the Chrome extensions and all those things, just for our guidance, something like that. Okay. So now since we install the React Router DOM, over here, what I'm going to do, okay, so let's close this one. Wait a minute. Okay, so let's jump into our app.tsx. Literally, this is the one. Okay, so inside here, first I'm gonna bring all the necessary packages which is need to be imported from the React Router DOM. Okay, so these are the things that needs to be imported: browser router as the router name, and routes and route. Okay, so instead of returning this division, all I'm going to do is to return this. So let's open the router. Inside the router, I'm going to bring the routes, list of routes, and inside the routes we're going to have the two different routes, one which is going to be the public routes, and then we are going to have the protected routes as well as. So in the public route, so all I have to do is to open the route. Okay, so let's open the route, and the public route needs to be public route needs to be a collection of all the public routes, right? So we need to wrap that into the layout. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create myself a new folder inside the source folder called layouts. And inside the layouts, I'm going to create a new file called public layout.tsx. Okay, and this file is going to be the public layout. That's the component name, and I'm just going to delete this unwanted import. And inside this division, I'm just need to make sure this is going to access the entire screen width. Whatever the width is available, it's need to be accessed. And inside the public layout, this is the place we need to have a handler to store the user data. We need to make sure the user is authenticated or not. If they authenticated, we need to store that user data into the Firebase. If the user is not exist, if he is already exist, we don't need to save that. So that's the part that we need to keep it over here. So then I need to bring the headers. So for the time being, I need to create myself a new components over here inside the components folder, create a new file called header.tsx RAFCE. Let's say that as the header, and I don't need that. And inside the components, I'm going to create the footer.tsx. Then I'm just going to say RAFCE, change the name into footer. So delete this unwanted import statements, and then get back here, and then I'm just going to import the header from add components header. Then right after that, I need to bring the outlets. This is the place where we are going to render the route. So I need to load that outlet from React Router DOM. Please make sure that is coming from the React Router DOM. Then I need to render the footer over here. Save it. This is the all about the public route. So now inside this place, the route needs to be wrapped into this public layout, right? So I'm gonna open this, and inside here I'm gonna bring the elements, the element which is going to be our public layout, which is coming from /layouts. Okay, which is coming from /layout/public layout. Now inside this route, this is the place where we need to bring all the public route which is coming through your public layout. So first, let's bring the home route. So user can access the home route even if he not authenticated. So that is going to be the index. So keep it as the index, and the element then which is going to be the home page. This is the place where we need to bring the home page. Okay, so we don't have this, so all I have to do is to create myself a new folder called routes, and inside that I'm just going to say home.tsx RAFCE, and that is going to be the home page. So save it, close this, get back over here and import it /routes. So this can be @ and this can be @. Perfect. Now we have the home route. Let's make sure the home page it's working or not. So npm run dev. Let's run this. Here we go. See, we have the header and footer, and the outlet is rendered perfectly in the outlet place. So in this public layout is being rendered, it's rendered properly. So if you check it out over here, we have the header and we have the footer, and the outlet which is referring to this particular route. So whatever the outlet it is going to render this particular outlet component in that space between that. So we have the fixed layout right now, right? This is for the home screen, home page. And okay, so perfectly fine. Cool. So next, what I need to do is we need to have the authentication. So we need to create ourselves the authentication, right? So that authentication needs to be what happened? Okay. So that authentication needs to have a very custom layout as well as. So let's go ahead and create ourselves. So right now we need to bring the authentication layout. So that authentication needs to be kept on a separate layout. Okay, so just try to follow up over here. We are maintaining the public route separately, then we are going to create authentication layout separately, then we are going to keep the protected layout separately. Okay, that's the most important thing. So because for sign in and sign up page, it's going to have a custom UI, fixed UI for that part, right? So all I have to do is to go ahead and create myself a new layout right now called auth layout.tsx. Inside over here, I'm just going to say RAFCE, and then I'm just going to say authentication layout. Perfect. Now inside the authentication layout, just exactly the same way what we did, I'm just going to copy this and I'm just going to paste it. But I don't need this header and I don't need this footer. Close this. Just I need the outlet. That's it. And then I'm just going to delete this. And I think even I don't even need this div itself. No. We need this. Okay. So save it. Now, if you check it out over here, we have the auth layout for ourselves. Now inside the auth layout, now we are in, I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it. Okay, so I'm just going to change this into authentication layout, which is coming from @layouts, something like this. Okay, from @layouts, I'm gonna organize keep the authentication layouts separately, homepage separately, everything separately. Perfect. Now we have the authentication layout, and inside the authentication layout, okay, so the path needs to be, so instead of index, now what I need to do is I need to specify the path which is going to be /auth, because the default, it is going to load the public layout by default, and the default index, it's going to be the home page. If you refresh it, if you click anywhere the slash, if you simply typing your domain name, it is going to load the home page. But if you want to authentication, if you want to load the authentication stuff, all you have to say /auth. So if you click that, it is going to take the user to the login screen. But if you want to get into the sign up page, you need to say /sign up, something like this. Sign up. So that's the route that we are trying to create over here. Okay. So now the path is going to be /auth, or you can simply say /sign in as well as. That's up to you. So I'm going to create myself a new page over here, two different pages in the routes, sign in.tsx and sign up.tsx. Here RAFC, sign in, save it, RAFC, sign up, save it, close this. And now we are inside the authentication layout, and I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to change this into sign up. Here I'm just going to say sign in page, yep, sign in, which is coming from /routes, sign in. Then I'm going to say sign up, which is coming from ./routes.sign up. Oops, not this one. /, yes, that's the one. Okay, so save this. Perfect. Now we are in that, and now if I simply say /sign in, so that is going to take me to that specific page. See, sign in. Now it is not showing that header or footer or whatever it is, because the reason is because we don't have that particular header and footer in the authentication layout. Okay, so now I can make some customizations over here. So I can simply say how the authentication screens should looks like. So what we can do is I can make sure instead of accessing this, it should access with the screen, the viewport screen width and the viewport screen height, and overflow needs to be hidden, and everything needs to be on the exact on the center, and I need to make this is the relative position. So save this. Now you can see it is exactly in the center of the screen. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I'm gonna bring the assets. So you can access the assets by click the link in the description below. You can download it from that drive link. So I'm gonna copy that assets folder, and I'm going to put it inside the public folder. Keep it. And inside the assets, we do have the images and the SVGs which we used, and I'm going to bring this and put it in the SVG itself and replace it. Perfect. Now we have the necessary logos, BG and everything. Okay, so I'm just going to minimize, collapse everything. And then now all I have to do is to get over to our authentication layout, and right on the top of it. So I'm going to make this, okay, it's already on the relative position only. And on the top of this, I'm going to bring a background layer for the sign-in page. So in order to do that, I'm going to bring the image tag source, which is going to be /assets, because inside the public folder, what are the folder name? We do have assets, image, SVGs. Okay, so here also we have the assets and everything, so don't worry about that, but we are directly accessing the assets from the public folder. So /assets /img and /bg.png. okay, so for this I'm just going to say class name, which is going to be on the absolute position, width should be full, height should be full, and object everything needs to be cover, and the opacity level of this, it's going to be 20%. So save this changes. Now we can see we have the background, the layer, and in the outlet it is going to render the sign-in page, right? So now let's jump into the sign-in page, click the sign in page, and instead of directly rendering this sign in page over here, I can simply say delete this, and I can bring the sign in page from where it is. Okay, problem is we need to bring that from Clerk React. So what I can do is import from at Clerk React. I'm going to bring this component, sign in component, and I'm going to import this as sign in page. So copy this. I think that is not an appropriate way. It's not as an appropriate, but the naming conventions, it's look quite weird. So what we can do is get into the routes, click the sign in, change this into sign in page, save it, and get it in the sign up, change this into sign up page, save it, and get into the app.tsx. We can change the names and everything over here. Sign up page, sign in page, and we can update it over here as well as page to keep it a proper naming conventions. Save it, and inside the sign in, now here I can simply say import the sign in, which is coming from at Clerk React. So basically the path of this, which is going to be your slash sign in. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it, save it. Now you can see that sign in component, which is provided by the clerk itself. Okay, so the user can what to say, authenticate himself over here. Okay, then let me get back to sign up page. I'm just going to do the same thing. Let's bring the sign up from at Clerk React, then the path, which is equals to this particular path. Save it. All right, so that's the stuff that we need to do for sign in and sign up options and everything. So now the user can authenticate themselves by using this particular option. So all I have to say, click this, let me authenticate with that. Okay, so we are getting an error right now. Console. No. Okay, so I just refreshed it. Okay, we are in the root page now. So let me get into the home page. Click the home, and let me check it out whether we are getting the user click from the clerk. If the user authenticated, it is going to give us that one. Okay, it is not. Okay, so I figured out the issue. So if I get into the sign in, okay, so once I click this Google sign in, so it is taking it is having a callback URL, right? So right now it is working. The reason is because it's going into the sign in, and after the sign in, it is having a custom route called /auth/callback, something like that. The issue which we faced before. So in order to fix that, you just need to say /* and /* over here. So that will fix the issue for you, definitely, because that is what I did. With the help of ChatGPT, it took me some time to figure out what the mistake is. So I just update this particular line of code. It is working perfectly. Now we can see that we are authenticated successfully, and in the home route, this user button component is rendered perfectly, which we expected. So I'm just going to close this, and yep. Now we don't see that because we need to customize the header and footer and everything. So now we successfully added up the clerk authentication Okay, so next what I need to do is I need to finish this, the custom routing setup, and this is the place where we are going to bring all the protected route setup, right? This is the place where we are going to bring all the protected routes and everything. So let's go ahead and bring the protected route setups and everything. And yeah, first let's do the protected route setup. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close, accept all these things, close the others, keep it simple and clean, collapse everything, get into the source. Inside the layout, I'm going to create myself protected routes.tsx. So here RAFCE, then I'm just going to say protected routes. So basically this protected route needs to verify whether there is the user data or not. If there is no user data, we need to redirect the user to the home screen or sign in page. Otherwise we need to render the children. So in order to do that, I'm just going to make sure to get the children prop inside over here. So I'm going to bring the children prop, which is going to be the type of, the children needs to be the type of react.react node itself. Okay, then here I need to access the authenticated information from using the use auth hook provided by Clerk React. Then I'm going to access whether the data is loaded, and we're gonna say is signed in. Okay, if not is loaded, I need to return the loader page, which we don't have yet. Of course, we need to create that loader page. So I'm gonna get into the routes. I'm going to create, say, loader page.tsx, RAFC loader page, and here I'm going to create the prop called class name, which is going to be the type of, the class name needs to be the type of string itself. And this, it's an optional prop. You don't need to supply it as a compulsory one. It's an optional. If you supply it, it is going to accept that. Otherwise, it is going to be an optional one. Then for this class name, inside the library file, you can see utils, and we do have this function called cn. This function helps us to combine the Tailwind CSS utility classes based on a specific condition, right? So here I'm going to use the cn function. Then I'm going to supply the default styles. What are the things that I need to keep it inside? So which is going to be width needs to be screen width, height needs to be screen height, flux, everything needs to be in the center, and justify everything in the center, and the BG needs to be transparent, and Z index should be on top of it because that's a loader screen, right? Then along with that, if there is any extra class styles which I supplied to the loader page, combine that along with the styles. Okay, so now save these changes. Let me enable the verb wrap. So instead of this loader page, I'm gonna bring the loader. So basically, the Shadcn have an icon package called Lucid React. So I'm gonna bring that icon from Lucid React loader. That's the icon that we are using over here. Then the class name, I'm just going to say width as 6, height as 6, minimum width as 6, minimum height as 6, and animate needs to be spin. That's the style that we are going to keep. Okay, that's the loader page, and let's import this loader page over here from add route / loader page. Perfect. Now if the user is not signed in, if he is not signed in, of course we need to navigate the user to the navigate use the navigate component provider by the React router DOM itself. We need to navigate the user to /sign in. So make sure to copy this path as well as /sign in, and we need to replace that route. That's it. Otherwise, instead of this particular division, simply render the children, whatever which is coming inside that protected route, we need to render that particular children. So save it. Now over here, let me get into the app.tsx. So here I'm gonna get the route, the element which is going to come through the protected routes. I think the name I just created over here, protect routes. Okay, protected routes. Okay, inside this routes only, we are going to render the main layout. This is the main protected layout. Okay, which we don't have yet. So let's go ahead and create the main protected layout, which is just like the public layout only. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste it, and I'm going to rename this as main layout. And inside the main layout over here, I'm just going to make some changes. Flex column and height, minimum height needs to be screen, and we need to have the header. Don't worry about this. And inside over here, now I'm gonna create myself a reusable component called container, because if you check it out over here, even though the screen is a very big, it's maintaining the small content inside the container except this particular section, right? So in order to do that, I'm going to create myself a reusable component called container.tsx, and here I'm going to create myself an interface. Let's create RAFC container. Then let's create ourselves an interface, container props. Okay, and here I'm just going to render the children in it, which is going to be the react node itself. Then I'm going to have the class name, which is an optional one, and that is going to be the type of string. Then I need to bring all those props over here, destructure it from the container props. Then I'm going to get the children, then I'm going to get the class name, those two, and in the division which is needs to render class name cn proper, use the cn function, supply the default style which is going to be container, margin needs to be aligned properly, padding which is going to be px4, and then a medium device padding needs to be 8, py it's going to be fixed, width needs to be the full, and instead of this container text I need to render the children which I'm passing inside. Then I need to append the class name with that style. So save it. This is how the container looks, and this is the reusable component. So the entire outlet needs to be maintained inside the container, the container wrapper, in order to protect the overflow of our screen. Put it inside the container, and this outlet needs to be inside the main tag, and this main tag needs to grow as much it's needed. Class name which is going to be flex grow, and for the container needs to grow as well as, then only the inner main tag can grow as much it's necessary. Okay, so I think our server, yep, it is up and running. Where it is, okay, let me close this one. Okay, we are here. Okay, so don't worry about that. You will understand this parts and everything later when we are working with the protected route. Okay, and inside the main layout, now we need to, Okay, so the main layout. Okay, so we don't have we have the main layout. Yes, we have it, but why it is not being imported? Okay, so I'm just going to copy this. Layouts slash main layout. Let me bring, why? Okay, so here I need to change the name main layout. That's the reason it is not showing. That's why I'm wondering why it is not showing. Okay, main layout. Now the issue, everything has been solved. And inside the routes over here, we need to add all the protected routes one after another. So let me explain this, the routing setup over here. So basically we have all the routes are wrapped inside the routes over here, routes. So we have three different layouts: public routes, authenticate. We have the public layout, authentication layout, and the protected layout. Okay. So the public layout, it simply is going to render the public pages, and the authentication layout, it is going to render the authentication pages, and the protected layout, it is going to be rendered in the public. But along with that, it is going to make sure that the protected routes, all it is going to be authenticate. It's going to make sure the users is authenticated or not, because every time whenever the route is being rendered over here, let's say slash generate or slash create new or take interview, something like that, if it is coming in, if that particular route is coming inside this, it is going to make sure it needs to be passed inside this protected routes first, and it is going to make sure whether it is having the user authentication from the clerk. If it does have that user ID, if the user is still loading, it is going to load the loader page. If the user is not signed in, it is going to return the user to the sign in page to make sure that it's to sign in. If everything is perfectly fine, it is going to render that children, which is nothing but your route. So that route will be rendered, whatever the route it is, like slash generate or slash interview, whatever the page it is going to render inside this main layout. So it is going to load that header and the container, and is going to render that outlet inside over here. That is what we did so far. Okay, so perfectly everything is being configured. Later we can come and add the respective protected routes and everything. And now all we have to do is to get into the public layout and get into the header component and create ourselves a responsive header component. Then we need to create ourselves the authentication handler to store the data into the Firebase, and that is what we are going to do next. So let's commit all these changes. I'm just going to say changes clerk authentication and routing setup completed. Commit the changes. Perfect. And now all we have to do, collapse this, close all, get it to the source, public layout, open the header. All right. So now inside the header, if you check it out over here, let me bring our white application and put it over here. Okay. If you check this, you can see we're having this logo, and we have a different active route. If I click it, if I inside the take an interview, you can see it is in the generate page, which is a protected route, and you can see that it's highlighting that particular route as an active. If I inside the home page, it is saying the home page is an active route. Okay, so we need to do that step as well. As so first what I'm going to do is, inside the header I need to access the user ID. So let's say const, you can access the user ID from use auth hook provided by the clerk. Then you can simply access the user ID. Okay, don't worry about that issue, because it's saying that we are not using it. We declared it, but we haven't used it. So instead of div, I'm gonna use the header itself. That's a proper tag for that. Then the class name. Let's use the cn function, open it. Now let's give the default styles for here. So it's going to access the width as full width. Then it's going to say border. We need the border bottom. So let's bring the border bottom. Then the duration, which is going to be 150 milliseconds. Then the transitions needs to be ease in out. Let's get over here. We don't see anything, but you can have a border. You can see that we're having a border at the top. Okay, because it doesn't have any paddings at all. So let's fix that. So I'm just going to enable the word wrap so we can see it clearly. Inside the header now, I'm going to wrap the entire stuff into the container, which is coming from /container. And inside the container, what I'm going to create myself a div, which is going to load the logo section. Then it's going to have the navigation section. Then it's going to have the profile section, right? That's the place where we need to bring the profile section and the toggle action sections and everything. Inside the container first, okay, so this is going to be class name, flex, item center, and gap, which is going to be 4. Okay, and of course it should take the width as a complete width. Now for the logo section, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create myself a logo container, because we can use the same logo in a footer itself. We need to reuse that same component. So I'm going to create a new component inside the components folder called logo container.tsx RAFC, and let's say logo container. And I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to use the link which is provided by the React Router DOM link. Okay, inside here we need to load the image, which whenever you click that logo image, it should take the user to the home page. Then I'm going to use the logo, which is coming from assets/svg/logo.svg. Then for this class name, minimum width, which is needs to be 10, and minimum height, which is needs to be 10, and object needs to contain. If I save these changes, delete this unwanted import, and import this one, and I should able to see the logo over there, just like that. Okay, so now we have ourselves a reusable header component, logo container. Then let's jump into the navigation section. Use the nav tag. For the navigation, I'm just going to say it needs to be hidden on the mobile devices, but from the medium devices onwards, it should display item center, and gap needs to be 3. So use the UL tag, class name, flex, item center, item center, and the gap is going to be 6. Inside this UL, I need to create a reusable what to say we need to render the routes, but what I need to do is I need to create the same stuff, because if you check it out on the medium devices, it is going to be rendered in the row direction, and in the mobile devices it is going to be rendered in the column direction, just like the way over here. See, so what I need to do is I just need to make sure that needs to be as a reusable component. So let's say cut this out, and let's say navigation routes, and let's create a new component over here called navigation-routes.tsx, and let's say RAFC navigation routes. Okay, so let's create an interface for this interface. Navigation routes props, open it. So first what we need to do, we need to make sure this particular route that's loading on the mobile view or not. So I'm just going to say is mobile, and it's going to be an optional one that is going to be a boolean. And let's bring that over here, navigational route props, and let's get this is mobile, and by default it is going to be false. Okay, so save this changes and let's bring it over here, save it, and over here I just need to put it this stuff. Okay, then let me cut this out, use the cn prop, um this is what we need to do is what we can do is instead of copying this entire stuff, just keep this nav tag over there itself, just like this. It's better in its way. Then get back over here and then just paste it, this the UL tag alone. Okay, then I'm just going to cut this out, open cn function, paste it, and here we need to render all those the routes and everything. So for that I'm gonna bring in the library folder, I'm gonna create a new file called helpers.ts. This is the routes which we created. Okay, home, contact, about, and services and everything. So save this, close it, and over here I'm just going to get that one in the headers over here. Inside here I'm going to bring that main routes which is coming from at library/helpers, and I'm going to use the map function in order to map through the each and every single route, and I'm going to render that nav link which is provided by the React router DOM. Then I'm going to supply the key prop which is going to be a unique key because we are rendering it, so which is going to use the route dot href because each and every route will be unique. Then where we need to take the user route dot href, then I'm going to supply the class name. So basically the class name, it's going to be a callback, and this is going to have an object which is going to carry on is active because that is the property which is hook boolean value which is keep tracking whether the particular route is active or not. Then I'm going to use the cn function, open it. If that is not the active one, so the default style which is going to be text base, then text neutral 500. But if it is active, let's keep this one as 600. But if it is active, if that particular route is active, and then I need to change the color text neutral into 900, and then font which is going to be semi bold. Save it, and inside this nav link I just need to render the route dot label. Now you should be able to see all the labels and everything which is rendered over here. Okay, now what I need to do is by default it is flex, item center, and gap, everything is looking like this. But on the mobile devices onwards, how it should looks like, the direction, how the direction needs to be. So if the mobile is active, if it is saying that is in the mobile devices, then it's need to be in everything needs to be on the item starting point, and the flex needs to be on the column direction, and the gap needs to be 8, just like that. We don't have to change anything else, just keep it simple as that. So we can use the same component on the desktop view, and we can use the same component on the mobile view just by adding this prop. If you don't supply it, it is going to be on the desktop view, but if you supply it as a true, then it is going to be displayed on the mobile view in a column direction. Okay, that is what we have to do. So now we finished the navigational routes part. So next what I need to do is I need to display the profile section. We need to display the profile section. So, and right after this particular area over here, if you check it out over here, if the user is authenticated, we need to display this generate route, which is going to be the protected route, right? So inside this UL tag, only we are rendering it. So right after that navigation section, I'm going to make sure to have the user ID. If I do have the user ID, then open it. Then I need to render the navigational one. So I'm going to copy this nav link, copy it and paste it, import it. But we don't need the key. And here directly simply say generate. And here I'm just going to say take an interview, something like that. Okay, simple as that. Save this. So only if the user is authenticated, he can able to see it, right? Then we need to bring the profile section. So here I'm just going to create a custom division, which the margin left, of course, is going to be an auto flex item center, and the gap needs to be 6. Inside here, I need to bring the profile section, then mobile toggle section, these two. Okay, so here let's bring the profile container first. Profile container, which we don't have yet, so let's go ahead and create that profile container. Profile container.tsx RAFC profile container. So save it and let's bring that one over here. So you should be able to see the profile container. Then for this I need to have the toggle container as well as. So of course we ran into issue. So if you don't have the toggle container, so I just need to create the toggle container.tsx RAFC toggle container. Let's delete this unwanted one and let's import this one. Save it. Now you should be able to see the profile container and as well as the toggle container. So inside the profile container, so we need to display, if the user is authenticated, we need to display the user profile button. Otherwise we need to display the login and register button, right? So inside the profile container over here, I'm gonna access const is equals to use auth from the clerk. I'm going to access two different state values, is signed in and is loaded. These are the two things. Okay, so if it is not loaded, of course we need to display the loading animation, right? So that's the reason we have this loader icon, which is coming from Lucid React. So if it is not loaded, of course we need to I need to display that loading animation stuff. So I created a division and I'm rendering that loading icon over there. Okay, then if everything is perfectly fine over here, I'm just going to say class name flex item center and the gap, which is going to be 6. And instead of this profile container, I'm just going to make sure if it is signed in. If it is signed in, then I need to display the user button, which is provided by the Clerk React. And after the sign out URL, push the user to the home route. Otherwise, if the user is not signed in, I need to create myself a custom div. Sorry, a button to ask the user to get started. Okay, so now you can see it's checking. You can see that animation stuff, right? It is checked it, and it is saying that the user is authenticated. So it's showing the sign up button. So if I click this and if I choose the sign out, you can see that get started button now. Okay, so for this button, what I'm going to do is wrap this button into a link tag, link which is provided by React Router DOM, and paste it. This needs to take the user to where? To the sign in, to /sign in. That's the page. Save it, and the button variant, I'm going to keep it exactly as it is, but the button size, it's going to be a little bit smaller size. It's going to be a smaller size, just like that. Okay, now if I click this, it is going to take the user to sign in, and I just need to sign in myself, and there we go. So if I refresh it, I should be able to see that loading animation, and I can see this, the take an interview option. It's displaying perfectly. Okay, so it's perfectly done, and now we need to fix this toggle container. So basically the toggle container, it should not be displayed on the big screen. So let's get over here, and now I need to jump into the Shadcn. So I need to check this sheet. So click the sheet, and I need to add this package because this is the one, it's bringing this dialog. So I'm just going to add the sheet in our, create a new tab and add that sheet. So that is going to generate the sheet component inside our UI component. Okay, and then I'm just going to import this one on the top. Then I need to copy this, and I'm going to paste it over here. So save it. Let's get back over here, and now you should be able to see open. You should be able to see that it is opening that sheet. Okay, so for this sheet trigger, I'm going to bring the icon, which is going to be the menu icon. Now you should be able to see the menu icon. So the trigger needs to be class name. It needs to be block, but on the medium devices onwards, it should be hidden. Now you will not see that over there, right? So next, what I need to do is in the header, just like the same way what we did, I'm going to access this, copy this, and I'm going to paste it. Instead of this, okay, so I don't need the sheet title because I don't need any content in the sheet title. But if you ignore the sheet title, it is going to throw you some unwanted issues. So we don't want that, right? So delete the sheet description, and right after here, I'm going to bring that. Let's bring this routes, and let's bring this use auth user ID. Import this one and delete this sheet description because we deleted it. And let's bring this nav link, and let's import this cn function. Perfect. Save it. And this is supposed to be on mobile device, is mobile. So save it, and let me inspect the elements. Now you should be able to see this icon. Click it. You should be able to see all these routes, but we have an issue over here. What is that? Yep. So the thing is, let's make some customization over here. Margin top 6. Okay. This needs to be, what is that? Why it is not? Okay, it needs to be inside a nav tag. Both of them needs to be wrapped inside the nav tag. Then class name gap, which is going to be 3 or 4. Okay, still it's not working. I'm wondering why it is that. So let me inspect nav ul tag. We're having the anchor tag. This is saying flex items dot flex column gap 18, and this is coming outside that ul tag. That's the issue. Okay, so what we can do is we can simply say flex column, and item everything needs to be start. Now we can see we having the adjustments. So let's give the gap 6. So I think that would be appropriate. Yep. Now it's looking perfectly fine. Okay. So now we have the responsive navigational menu. We can see over here the same UI components and the same UI components it's used over here. So we created ourselves a completely and fully functional header component, which is working smoothly as it's supposed to be, right? Okay. All right then. So now let's go ahead and start working on the next stuff, which is going to be the auth handler. So once the user is successfully authenticated, we need to save that user information into our Firebase, and that is what we are going to do next. So okay, so let's commit these changes. Let's say changes header component completed, commit. All right, so let me close this one, and collapse everything. Perfect. Okay, so now I need to go ahead and create the Firebase. So let me close this, get it in the Firebase, firebase.google.com. Go to console, create a new project. I'm going to create a new project over here. Name as AI mock interview YouTube React TypeScript, something like this. Oops, it's exiting. ReactJS TypeScript. So click continue. Disable the Google Analytics if you want, keep it. And then I just going to create a new project over here. It takes some time, so let's wait. All right, so it's finished. So let's click the continue, and these are the different apps that you can access. In this way we are going to create a web app. So create a new web app. Let's say AI mock interview YouTube React. Yes, register the app. Don't worry about the hosting, we can fix that issue later. We can worry about that part later. So this is the one. Copy this. Let's say pnpm add Firebase. Hit the enter. So that is going to add the Firebase into our project. And click the continue to console. Get into the build and get into the Firestore database. It's taking some time. I don't know why. Okay, so here click create database. If you wish to change your locations and as well as, go ahead. In this case I'm not going to change it. Click next. Go for the protection mode itself. By default, every permissions are denied. We need to change that permissions. Later you need to write a fully secured security rules for your Firestore database in order to protect your data. So they have their own documentations to look into it. And click the rules over here. I'm just going to change this into true. Click publish. Perfect. So this is the warning. Your security rules are defined as public, so anyone can steal or modify your data in your database. So we just need to make sure that should not be happen, because they have their own playground in order to check your security rules. And you can click this learn more option to learn much more about your security rules and write the custom security rules, or use this chat GPT Okay, so click this project settings, and that is going to give you the API and everything. Now we have the Firebase installed successfully. We need to keep all these data securely, right? Securely we need to keep all these data. Okay, so we need to click the env local, and right after here I just need to bring the Firebase configuration. Okay, so for this Firebase configurations, we need to create the respective variables and everything. So I'm just going to bring the Firebase API key, which is equals to this key, copy and paste it, right? Then I need to bring the Firebase auth domain, which is going to be this one, copy it, paste it. Then I need to bring the Firebase project ID, which is going to be this one. Then I need to bring the Firebase storage bucket, which is this. Then I need to bring the Firebase messaging sender ID, which is this. Then at last, we need to bring the Firebase app ID, which is this. Oops, missed this one. Okay, since we made some changes in the env file, I just need to stop it, clear it, pnpm run dev, restart the server. Perfect, because we made some modifications in the local file. Then inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called config, and inside the config file, I'm just going to create a new file called firebase.config.ts, and inside here we need to bring this Firebase configurations. Instead of these keys, I need to access these private variables by using import.meta.env white Firebase API key, auth domain, project ID, sending ID, storage bucket, Firebase ID, all those things. Then I need to import the necessary packages which I need to access, which is going to be this get apps, and initialize app from the Firebase app, then get Firestore and the Firebase from the Firestore. These are the things. So first I need to access the app which we created over here, the web app which we created. So I need to get all the apps list from the project. If the length is greater than 0, which means app is already initialized for web, so I need to access that, get that app information. Otherwise, I need to initialize a new app by using this Firebase configuration. So we need to prevent creating an application again and again in our Firebase project. Then I need to create a database instance using this get Firestore. We already enabled the Firestore database, and security rules and everything is being enabled for this particular app. So we need to get that instance and keep it inside this DB object. Then I need to export this database instance so I can use it anywhere I want. Now the Firebase is done. So once the Firebase is done, now I need to create myself the handler, where we are creating the handler inside the public layout. So this is the place where I need to bring the auth handler, so which is not yet there. So I'm going to create myself a new folder called handlers. Inside the handlers, I'm going to create a new file called auth handler.tsx. Okay, so inside the user auth auth authentication handler, so let's go ahead and create ourselves a component. Okay, so first what I'm going to say, const auth handler. So that's the name, right? Yes, that's the name. Copy it, paste it, which is going to be a callback function. And of course it's not going to return anything. It is going to return null. Save it and let's import it. Oops, I didn't export it. So let's say export default auth handler. Now I can access it over here. So Let me refresh this guy. Okay, so far we are not getting any issues. Site it's loaded perfectly, no issues at all, right? So first, now all I need to access a certain things over here. So let me bring all those things and we can import it. These are the instances that we need. User auth from use auth from clerk, and use user also from, and use location, use navigate from the React router DOM. All these instances is necessary for us. Okay. So then I need to have one more custom state for ourselves. Use state. Let's bring it. These are the things. So here I'm gonna use this use effect hook. Open it and supply the dependency injection. And yeah, inside the dependency injection, I need to say is signed in user instance and the path name, then the navigation instance, navigate instances. All these instances needs to be supplied into that. Okay. So if it is still loading, then I just need to bring the loader page, right? Only if it is loading. So that is, don't forget the return option, right? Otherwise return null. So inside this use effect function only, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure if it is signed in, only if it is signed in and only if I have the user data, then this function needs, the if condition needs to be triggered. Here I'm just going to say set loading as what? True. Then we are trying to see, now you can see we are having the loading state, right? But we haven't make it as a false. That's why it's keep on loading over there. So I just need to bring the try and catch. If there is any error is happening, I'm just going to say console.log, open it, and let's say error on storing the user data, and then let's append that error, whatever the error it is, let's append it. Then inside the try block, I'm just going to say get the const user snap. We have to create the user snap. So await get doc. Since we need to use an await, we need to wrap all these stuffs. We need to wrap all these stuffs into a function. Let's create a function, store user data or something. It's going to be a callback function, and that function need to be an asynchronous function, and let's put it inside. And this function needs to be called on the user data. Yeah, now we don't get that error. Now here on the await doc, I need to fetch that document doc, open it. I need to access the database instance. Then I'm going to access the collection, which is going to be users. Fetch this user.id, that record. Now, if I have the user snap, if the users, which only if the user is not there, we need to save it. If I don't have this user snap dot exist, if I don't have, then I need to create the user data, const user data. So we need to specify the user type. So in order to specify the user type, so let's go ahead and create ourselves the user type. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create myself a new folder into the source folder called types and index.ts file, and export an interface for yourself, the user, and import these two fields from the Firestore. Right, these are the user type for our user collection. It needs to have ID, name, image, URL, and email, and created it and updated it. These two things. So that's need to be imported from the @types. Okay, then what we need to do, we need to have open it here. I need to create ourselves ID, which is going to be user.id. Then we need to get the name of that user. So you can access the user.full name and user.first name. If the user doesn't have full name, access the first name. If the user instance from the clerk doesn't have the first name, keep it as an anonymous. Then get the email. So email field, which is going to be user.primary email address, access that email address instance, or keep it as not available, something like that. Then image URL, which is going to be user.image URL itself. Then created at, which is going to be server timestamp, which is provided by the Firebase Firestore itself. Please make sure all these things are loaded directly in a single one. Okay. Then updated at, that is also going to be the server timestamp itself. Okay, so now we have that. Next, what I need to do, since I have this user object, I just need to make sure that it's stored. So I'm going to use the set dog from the Firestore. So if you're not sure what is this get dog and set dog, you can use their official documentation to understand what is the functionality of the set dog and what is the functionality of get dog from the Firebase. So I'm going to create the dog database, access the users collection, then supply the user.id, then supply the user data which you want to save. This is the data that we need to save. So finally, if there is any issue or if it is saved the data, the loading state needs to be false. Otherwise, it will keep on loading. Save it. And now, okay, so we return back to the home page, which means it is saved the details. Click the Firestore database, and you should be able to see the users collections, and we have ourselves a new ID, and you can see all the details of that particular user. It's saved over here. Okay, now even if I refresh it, it is not going to save that data one more time because that user is already exists. So perfect. Now we have ourselves the user data successfully saved into our database. So user handler, it's finished. So next, all we have to do is to go ahead and create this home page just like this. Before that, let's commit the changes. Click it, changes, Firebase configurations, and user data saved successfully using handlers. Commit it. Perfect. Okay then, so now let's go ahead and start building the home screen. Okay, so let's get into the home page and start working on the home page. So I'm just going to delete everything, close all, collapse it, source app.tsx, home page. There we go. So this home page, class name, which is flex column, width of course full, and PB bottom 24, something like that. Enter. Inside here, I'm going to bring the container from add components container. Then inside that, we are going to bring this particular section. So for that, I'm just going to, these are all the static contents. I'm just going to copy and paste it. You can access those code from the source code, which is given in the description below, just like this. But the super power, it's not quite looking just like this way. So for that, we created this particular style called text outline. So this text outline needs to be look different. So what I need to do is, if you open up your index.css right after this body tag, I'm just going to create ourselves the text outline style, and we are going to write the plain old native CSS, just like this. We are going to create ourselves the text shadow. Save it. Now you should be able to see this as a text outline. So pause the video and write the styles for here. Okay. Then right after this division, right after this particular division, we need to write these two particular sections. Okay. So that is going to be a separate divisions. So I'm just going to bring that separate division right after over here. So you should be able to see that. Okay. Then I need to bring the image section, which is coming up just like that. So we have to bring the image section. So you can simply copy this from the source code, which I given in the below, because all these things are just a static content, nothing else. So if the user clicks, it is going to, so image is not loading. Okay. So it is assets / assets. Now you should be able to see the image perfectly. Fine. Then we need to bring this marquee section, right? So that is the marquee section. Right after here, I need to bring that marquee section. Okay. So for that, what we need to do is we need to install a very specific package called React Fast Marquee. This one, React Fast Marquee. This is the package that we are going to use, and you can see the installation and how they are accessing it and everything. So let's go ahead and install that package. New tab, clear it, npm add React Fast Marquee. Perfect, it's added now. And let's import that marquee on the top of it. Keep it package, keep it separately, then all the way to the bottom right over here. So I'm going to bring that marquee. So let me create a div class name, which is going to be width as full, margin top as 12, bottom. Then I'm going to bring the marquee, which is needs to be passed when I am moving my cursor on the top of it, pass over. Then I need to create myself a new custom image for that. So I'm going to create a new custom component called marquee image, marquee image.tsx, just like this, which is going to have an image as a prop, which is going taking the prop as a string type. Then it is going to render this source over here, just like this. Then inside that, I'm going to load all the images which I do have in the logo sections. Inside the public assets logo, all these different logos needs to be rendered inside there. So I'm going to bring it. Then I'm going to select all these things / assets, just like that. So that is going to bring the logo sections over here. Now we have the marquee section. So right after this division, I'm going to create ourselves a new container, which is going to render that bottom section. Let's bring the link. So / you should be able to see this. So this needs to be loaded from the assets, just like this. These are all the static contents and it is completely responsive. Okay, now let's go ahead and fix the footer as well as footer. So you can access the same thing. Okay, so now you should be able to see the footer as well as, because the footer, okay, so why it is inspect elements. Okay, we are ran into some issue. Requested source components footer does not provide named default. Okay, so the problem is public layout, delete this and re-import it properly. Yep. Now if you refresh, that's weird. I updated it. Stop the server, refresh it. It is coming from main layout now. Get into the main layout, do the same stuff. Now the error should be fixed. Yes. Now we don't have any error, and you can able to see that the footer is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So all these static contents are finished just by doing the copy paste. You can do the same stuff. Don't change any name for your files or anything unless if we make some changes, do some customizations. All right. So now we finished the home screen, and all we have to do is to get into our generate page, the place where we are going to create this particular section, and that is what we are going to do next. Before that, let's make the changes. Committed changes, home screen completed. Commit the changes. Perfect. So let's go ahead and start working on the generate page then. All right then, so now what we have to do is we have to create this generate page. So let's open up the app.tsx. Inside here, this is the place where we need to bring that all those protected routes. So I'm gonna create myself a route. All right, close this, and the element that we are going to load inside in it, which is going to be the generate page itself. And inside here, we are going to have the dashboard page route. That is going to be the index, and the element that we are going to keep it inside, that is going to be the dashboard. Okay, so first inside the generate page, we are going to create a new component over here called generate. It's just a component, it's not going to be a page, and I'm just going to keep it like this. See, we are going to create a division, just the division, and we are going to render the generate the dashboard sub pages inside this generate pages itself. So let's bring that generate inside in it. Then let's go ahead and create the dashboard page. Of course, we will run into an issue, no issues over there. Here I need to bring the dashboard.tsx RAFC, and let's say dashboard. Save it, and let me include that over here. So that should fix that issue. So now if I click this, it is going to take you to that generate, because we haven't mentioned the path for the generate. So you need to give the path, then only it will knows to understand, it will knows that I need to generate, I need to load this particular component. So click the generate, and now you should be able to see the sub page called dashboard, because that is the index page over here. Now inside this dashboard page only, we are going to render we are going to create the stuff which we are planning to do over here. This heading, reusable component, and a button, and all these stuffs. So let's go ahead and do that. So get over here, and I'm gonna make this as the React fragments. Inside here, I'm just going to create a div, class name, flex width should be full, and item needs to be center, and the justify needs to be between. Then inside here, first I need to bring the headings tab. Then I need to bring those the content section. Okay, inside this headings tab. So what I'm going to do is, for the headings, I'm going to create myself a reusable component. So I'm just going to create a new component called headings.tsx. For that, I'm just going to say RAFC. Let me keep it as headings itself. Then I'm going to create myself an interface for headings props, open it, I need a title that is not an optional one. Then I need to give the description, which is going to be an optional one. Then whether it is a subheading or not is subheading, that is also going to be an optional one, and it is going to be a boolean. Then I need to destructure those things over here of the heading props, title, description. Then I need to bring is subheading. Okay, so by default the subheading it's going to be false. Okay, so for this you have to write these styles just like the way over here. It's just an empty division. We're having a heading tag and we're having a paragraph tag. Inside the heading tag we have a very specific styles, and if it is subheading we are reducing the font styles, and then we are rendering the title. And only if the description, then only we are rendering the descriptions, or else we are not rendering the descriptions. That's the reusable component which we created. So now I need to access that headings just like over here. I need to send it as a dashboard, create and start your AI mock interview. So save these things, and now you should be able to see that over here. Then I need to bring the action button inside over here, which is going to be link tag from the React router DOM, which needs to take me to /generate/create. That's the route that it needs to take me. Then inside here I'm going to bring a button which is coming from add components button, which is the size of the button, which is going to be small. Then inside this button we're going to have a plus sign which is coming from Lucid React, and I'm just going to say add new, save it. That's how it looks. When I click this, it is going to take me to a new page, right? So let's get into the Shadcn and search for separator. Click this, click copy it, and then install that separator. There we go. Then I need to bring that separator right after that division. So right after this division, I'm gonna bring that separator, and right after this separator only, I'm gonna bring those, so the sub conditions, the data which we fetch from the collections, Firebase collections and everything. Okay, so now all we have to do is to go ahead and create page, the place where we have the form in order to create the database, and this is the place where we are going to integrate the Gemini AI and everything. So that is what we are going to do next. All right, so right after here, that's the dashboard, right? So right after here we are going to create the create route. So I'm just going to say route and the path, which is going to be, so you don't need to mention the slash because we are right now inside the /generate. So basically this create itself over here, it's an assumed as an ID, right? So if you're sending an ID, a unique ID, that is going to fetch the data and it's going to display it over here. Or else if it is simply as a create, then it is, if you don't have any existing data, then it's going to act as a create new form. So here, this is the ID that I'm supplying, so which is going to be the interview ID. Then if that particular interview ID exists in our collection, then I need to load that data over here. So that's the reason we are creating the page as create edit page. So let's go ahead and create that inside the source, and inside the routes I'm just going to create a new file called create edit page.tsx or AFC, and let's say create edit page dot save these changes, and let's bring that changes over here as well as perfect. Now inside this create edit page, we need to fetch that from the use params. Now if you click this, that is going to take you to the create edit. Now I need to fetch that interview ID. In order to do that, I need to access this use params hook from the React router DOM. Okay, and this is going to be a very specific type, and which in case it's going to fetch this interview ID, okay, which is going to be an object, and that object is going to carry out an interview ID, which in case it's going to be a string alone. So I can access the interview ID from there. Then I need to store that interview ID. So use state interview, which in case it is going to be by default null, or it is going to carry on the type of interview which we don't have it created. Otherwise it is going to carry on the null value. So let's open the types and let's have the interface for the interview ID, position, description, experience, user ID, which user created, and the text stack, and the questions with the is an object which carries the question and the answer for the, then it is going to be an array of questions and answers. Then created it and updated it. So save it. Then here I'm just going to get back that interview. All right, so make sure that is imported from @types itself. Now in the created and edit page, so now what I'm going to do is, if I simply say print that interview ID, you can see what is the interview ID we are fetching, create. So we need to make sure if that ID is exist in the Firebase collection. So I'm going to create myself an use effect function, use effect hook, open it, and it is going to have an array injection, which in case it's going to carry on the interview ID. Whenever the interview ID changes, this use effect function needs to re-render. So I need to fetch the interview is equals to and callback function. Of course, it needs to be an asynchronous callback function. Enter. If I do have the interview ID, then I need to get that interview doc is equals to await get doc, get supply the database instance, then supply the collection names interviews, then supply the interview ID, which in case it's going to give you that, oops, this needs to be supplied in the doc. Then you need to put it inside here, then only that will gives you the interview doc. Then if the interview doc dot exist, only if the data exists, what I need to do, I need to set that for the interview, set the interview, destructure the interview objects, interview doc dot data, destructure that, and that object needs to be returned as the interview type. Okay, then only it will not raise any issues. And then this entire stuff needs to be put it inside the try and catch. Then if there is any error is happening, I'm just going to say console.log whatever the error it is, please log that error. So then right after here, I'm just going to say fetch interview. Okay, then inside here, I'm just going to say class name, margin top and bottom 4, then flex column, and then width, of course, it's going to be full. Instead of this text inside here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring the form for the mock interview, and it is going to have the initial data prop, which is going to carries on the interview type itself. So let's go ahead and create the form mock interview component. New form mock interview dot tsx or afc, paste it, delete this, and then let's create an interface props, open it, which is going to carries on the initial data prop. So let's copy that props name from here. Then let's apply the initial data prop over here, which in case it's going to be the interview type, or it is going to carry on the null. So let's break that over here. Form mock interview props, and let's apply the initial data. So save this, get back over here and let's import it. Now you don't get any type error over here. We fixed that. And let's get back over here. The reason why we are getting is because the initial data, we haven't used it yet. So now what I need to do is I need to install the alert notifications. So let's get back over here. So let's say Sonar. If you click that, this is the more Shadcn provides you the creative alert notifications. So let's go ahead and install this one. And I'm just going to add this. Okay, so let's get back over here. Then I'm going to create myself a new folder called provider. And inside the provider, I'm going to create a new file called toast provider.tsx. And inside the toast provider, I'm just going to bring this toast provider component just like the same way what I did over here. Save it. And then now I need to load this toast provider in I need to bring this toast provider, right? So let's open the main.tsx file, and right after here, let's bring this toast provider. So this should fix, close this and close this. Now I can use this alert notification whenever I needed it, right? So that's the reason we are using it. And for creating the forms like this, mocking form just like this, and creating the breadcrumb just like this, let's go ahead and create that breadcrumb first. Breadcrumb, bring it, and let me copy this. Then I'm just going to add it, breadcrumb. So have that custom breadcrumb. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create that custom breadcrumb. So I'm going to create a new component, which is going to be a reusable component, custom breadcrumb.tsx. So RAFC, paste it. Then interface custom breadcrumb props, open it. So you need to supply the props. Basically, we need to supply the current page and the list of breadcrumb items, which is going to carry the link and the label of that particular navigational link. Then I need to supply custom breadcrumb props, which is basically going to be the breadcrumb page and the breadcrumb items itself. So save this. And I need to copy all these import statements from here, and I'm going to import it on the top of it. Okay. Then I'm just going to bring that unique style which I have created for this particular project, and I'm going to paste it because it's just the look and feel, nothing else. Okay, this is how it looks. So breadcrumb, we are creating a breadcrumb list. Then we are creating a breadcrumb item, which is going to be the home, which it carries the link. Along with that, it is carrying the item, the lose it icon. Then we need to import this as well as. Perfect. This is the reusable component. Okay, it's just a reusable component. The inside, this is the place where we are making sure if I do have the items, then I need to loop through it. Then I need to render this particular separator and the item. If I don't have it, just a separator and render the breadcrumb page. That's it. Okay, so because that is just a simple copy paste work from here. See, the same thing only, nothing else. That's the reason I just skipped it, so you don't have to worry about it. So pause the video and type it. So here now all we have to do is to get into the form mock interview again, and then customize this class name. Width, of course, it's going to be full. Flex column space y, which is going to be 4. Save it. Then I need to load the breadcrumb over here. This is the place where we are going to load the breadcrumb. So this is how the breadcrumb is going to be. So breadcrumb page, which is going to be the current page. If it is an edit mode, we need to display the title of that interview ID. Otherwise, we need to display it as a create. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to which is going to be a very big one. So let's, before that, we need to bring one more thing, which is going to be the form. Copy it, add this package inside in it. So now all we have to do is to bring the necessary, it's asking to overwrite, yes, overwrite it. Then let's bring the input, copy it, paste it. Then let's bring the text area, copy it, paste it. I think those things are enough. Then let's bring the form one more time. Okay, so we are using the Zord resolver, so we need this package. So let's get to the top of it and put it inside. Okay, then we need the Zord resolver and this React web hook form. Copy this and put it inside over there. Those import statements are necessary. And now we need to create the form schema and do the rest of the stuffs. All right, so and we need all these stuffs. Okay, let's import one by one, so don't have to worry about that. So close this over here. Okay, so first, what I need to do, we need to create the form schema. If you check it out over here, we need the job position, description, years of experience, and the text tags. These are the things that we need. So we need to create a form schema. So right after the interface, I'm going to create myself that form schema, which is going to be z.object, open it. So here, first we are going to bring the position. So let me bring it, then I'll explain it. So we created the position, which is going to be a string. Minimum it should carry one letter, and maximum it can have hundreds. If you're not supplying any letter, it says position is required. If you're going for maximum or minimum values not met, it is going to say position must be 100 characters or less. And the same goes for description string, and the minimum value should be 10. Description is required. Experience, it's going to be coerce, because if the user types the value as 5, it is going to read the value over here as a string, and it is going to be converted into a number. Then it is going to make sure minimum 0. Okay, experience cannot be empty or negative value. Okay, so the text tags, it's going to be c.string minimum 1, and the text tag must be at least character. All these fields are compulsory fields, none of them are optional fields. That's why we never use the optional values over here. Then I'm going to fix this type, which is going to be the form data. It's equals to z.infer. Supply that schema as your type of form schema. So this form schema will carry this object as a type inside the form data. Okay, so that's the thing. Now inside this form, let me enable the word wrap. Inside the form, now I need to bring the necessary object, which is going to be the form itself. So bring it from the use form, which we created, installed from the Shadcn. Then supply the form data over here. That's the type of that. Then I'm gonna get the object, and the resolver which we are using, it's going to be the Zord resolver, which is going to use the form schema as you are the form schema. You need to supply the form schema, then only the fields will be validated using the Zord resolver. Then I need to supply the default values, which is going to be the if I do have the initial data. Otherwise, I need to load an empty form. If I do have the initial data, then I need to refresh the form data, right? So in order to do that, I need to keep a separate use effect hook to update the form data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a use effect hook because by the time when the form it's been mounted, initial data will be empty. So form doesn't know whether it is have the initial data or not. So I need to have a use effect function in order to update or to be honest, to reset the form. So if I have the initial data in your hand, render it one more time, then reset the form dot reset with a very specific object type of the position, which is going to be the initial data dot position, then description, which is going to be the initial data dot description, then experience, which is going to be the initial data dot experience, then text tags, which is going to be the initial data dot text tags. This needs to be keep on render if there is any changes happening in the initial data and as well as on the form. Okay, so now the form and the things it's been completed. Now what I need to do is I need to get the rest of the required states. So keep the use effect at the bottom. So right after here, I'm just going to get the respective states which is necessary for monitoring the form actions and everything. So form dot form state. From this form state, I'm going to get the valid, whether the form is valid or not, and still whether the form is submitting or not. Submitted. Data is successfully submitted or not. These are the states. Then I'm going to get one more custom state in order to keep track the loading state. By default, it is going to be the false. Then I'm going to get the navigate instance, because once the form is successfully saved, I need to navigate the user to the landing page where the user can see the completely generated data. Then I need to access the user ID, because who created this form, we need that user ID reference. I can access it from here. These are the instances. Then I need to supply the title, the page title. Currently we are in a create page, so it should display the title like this: create a new mock interview. Otherwise we need to display that position as the title. So that's the thing. So we need to get over here. So const title is equals to, if the initial data dot position is exist, then I need to display initial data dot position itself, or else I need to say create a new mock interview, something like that. That's the title it's going to be. Then the breadcrumb page, const breadcrumb page. I think yes, this is the one. That's the page instance which we created, is equals to, if the initial data is exist. I'm just going to copy the same stuff from here, copy it, paste it. I'm just going to say create. Otherwise it is going to be edit. Save it. If the initial position, if initial data dot position is exist, then it is going to be edit over here. Otherwise it is going to be create. Simple as that. Or you can simply keep that initial data dot position itself. That's up to you. Just like the same way for actions, and just the same way for the toast message as well as over here. These are the two more things. Then I need to create one more important function, which is going to be on submit function, which is going to be an asynchronous callback function. And this function is going to carries on the type as a data, which is going to be the type of form data itself. And inside here, I'm just going to bring the try and catch. If there is any issues or by the time during the performance, any issues is happening, then we just need to raise this toast message. So bring the toast from Sona. Then right after this, on finally block, if there is anything, I just need to say set loading state as the false, because once we came inside, we just make the set loading as true. Okay, so later we'll worry about the remaining stuffs and everything. Now let's go ahead and start the look and feel. So this is how, okay, so we are getting an error. What is that? I didn't even see that error. Use state is not defined. Okay, that's the issue. Perfect. Now if I refresh this, okay, we are not getting any error. Perfect. We are getting this create and everything is perfectly fine. And right after this breadcrumb, this is the place where we need to bring the headings. Div class name margin top, which is going to be 4, then flex item center and justify between, and then width, of course, it's going to be full. And inside here I need to bring the headings. Then inside this headings I need to bring the title, which is going to be the title which we have at the top. Then it is going to be the subheading. So save it. It is going to display that. Perfect. Then if I do have the initial data, this is the action button for deleting this. So here I'm going to bring a button, and that button, it is going to have the icon trash to icon, class name, which is going to be minimum width as 4 and minimum height as 4, and text read as 500, something like that. Okay, then for the button I'm just going to say size is going to be the icon, and the variant of the button, you can either keep it as a destructive or you can keep it as the ghost. Okay, so if I simply change the condition over here, if I keep it as not, you should be able to see this button over here. See, just like that. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to revert that condition. So I don't want to bring that button for the delete button for the create actions. Okay, then I need to bring the separator. Right after this division, I need to bring the separator. Oops, make sure that is being imported from your local file. So you should be able to see the separator there. Then I'm going to have one empty division because we need some space. So I'm going to keep on one empty division over there like this, and because I need some space. So now what I need to do, I need to bring the form provider, which is coming from React hook form. Bring the form provider and destructure all your instance and props of your form instance. And inside here now I need to bring the normal HTML form. I don't need any actions. Remove it. For this, I need to map the onSubmit event with our form.handleSubmit that needs to call externally our onSubmit function. This one, this onSubmit function which we have created. So inside this form now, for this form, I need to have some particular class styles. Class name, which is going to be width as full, padding as 8, and rounded needs to be LG, flex, and flex needs to be column, item, everything needs to be on the starting point, justify also needs to be on the starting point, and the gap it's going to be 6, shadow it's going to be medium. So that's how the form should looks like. And inside the form, I need to bring the form field, the very first form field, and then I need to set the control for the form, which is going to be the form.control, then name of the field, which is going to be the position itself, that's the name of the field. Then I need to render the field over here, which is going to be an callback value, just like the usual way to render, and it is going to have an object as a parameter, which is going to have the field and field state in it. I just need a field, I don't need the field state. Then I need to render the form item in it. Okay, so inside the form item, I'm just going to define the styles for this class name. Width, of course, it's going to be full, then space y, which is going to be 4, and inside the form item division, class name, div class name, width, of course, it's going to be full, flex item center, and justified between. And here I'm going to bring the form label, to render the name, it is going to be job role, or it is going to be the job position. Okay, just like that. You should be able to see that. Then right after here, I need to bring the form message. When if that is that particular field is not given by the user, or if it is any issues, then it will raise an error. That error needs to be displayed over there, just like that. Okay, it's already in the red color only, so we don't need that, but the text size needs to be small. Then right after here, I need to bring the form control. Inside the form control, I'm going to bring the input field from the /UI/input. Then inside here, for this, I'm going to supply the placeholder, which is going to be the example like full stack developer, something like this. See, then for this, it needs to be disabled when if the form is loading. Then the class name, which is going to be HiTest12. That's how it looks. So this is the input field for that. So I'm just going to copy this form field from here to here. Then I'm going to bring the description. Over here we need to destructure those field, otherwise it will run into an error. Okay, so don't forget to destructure. Change this into text area from /. Then I'm just going to destructure the same field property over here. Disable description, and here you need to describe your job role or position. Describe your job role or position, just like that. Save it. Now you should be able to see the job description. Perfect. Then right after here, I need to bring the experience, and this needs to be changed, which is going to be description. And here this needs to be changed, which is going to be experience. And here I'm just going to change the years of experience. And here I'm going to change this to job description. And this type, it's going to be the number field. Then I need to destructure those field property. I'm just going to say 5 years in number, just like that. 5 years in number. Just I need to type it as 5 or 6 or something like that, just like this. Otherwise keep it like 5, 6, something like that, so user can understand it. Then right after here, we need to bring the text stacks. So basically that is going to be the text stacks, and this is also going to be text stacks, and this is going to be text area. And here I can simply say destructure that field properties. Save it. Now we have all the necessary fields. Then of course at the end, I need to bring, right after here, I need to bring a div class name. Width, of course, it needs to be full. Then flex item center, justify everything at the end, and the gap needs to be 6. Then here I'm going to bring a button, which is type as the reset button. Then size, which is going to be the small size. Then the variant, of course, it is going to be the outline variant. Then this button needs to be disabled whether the form is not submitted. We need to access the submitting is submit. Still, if the form is submitting, the button needs to be disabled. Is submitting, or the button is low, or the data, it's some kind of loading. I'm just going to say reset. That's the button we need to have. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it one more time. This time it is going to be default. if the button is submitting, or if it is loading, or if it is not valid, is valid. Then I'm just going to change this as here I'm gonna bring, if the button is loading, then I need to display the loader class name. Loader, it's going to be the icon, then class name, which is going to be text gray of 50, then animate needs to be spin. Otherwise, it is going to display the text as actions. Save it. Okay, right now the button has been disabled because we don't have any proper data. And inside the here, I'm just going to say console.log data. Oops, not data transfer, data. Save it. Let's check it out. Everything is working fine or not. Inspect the elements. Go to the console. Close this. Let's say graphic designer. Okay, it's saying uncontrolled input. It's just a warning. We given all the necessary fields. Okay, maybe it's expecting this value because it doesn't know what the value it's going to be. Value, it's going to be field dot value or an empty string. Okay, that is what it's expecting because it doesn't know what is going to carry on in it. So supply that one as well as for every input. That is why it's saying it is an uncontrolled field. Now if you save it and if you refresh it, if you give any value, you will not get that issue anymore. Sample description, then years of experience, it's going to be 5. And the text tags, this is the place. Text tags, what we need to do is, for the text tags, I need to instruct them to give the values as like separate the values using comma, like this. Let's say React, TypeScript, and then create. Something is wrong. Form, everything is valid. It should trigger this on submit, and it should trigger console.log data, but we are not getting anything. Form.handle submit. That's quite. Refresh this. Once I given the value, see, this is working perfectly because the button, if the form is not valid but it's submitting or loading, or if the button is not valid, it is not going to render this, it is not going to display this button. But somehow there is some mistake. Form provider, form on submit, where have that value, form.handle submit, on submit function. Make sure that function, yes, that's the function. and there is any mistakes. Console, why it is not printing console.log? Instead of this, let's comment this. Let's say simply console.log data itself. Create, nothing is happening. See, mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. What is the mistake that we made? Everything is fine. Same only. Oops, I deleted that one. What's the issue? Did we make any mistakes over here in the import statements? If there is any issues in the import statements as well as it will not work. Form provider, use form. Mm, 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 mm. Let's revert this changes. I'm not sure why this is happening. Well, I'm not sure why it is working. So let's stop the server and let's retry it. Now let's give some value. Okay, still it's not. There we go. Okay, so maybe it's because of the description text size. What is the condition for description we given over here? Minimum value is 10. Okay, maybe because of that, but we given the value, right? I'm not sure, but after stopping the server and running it, it's working exactly as it's supposed to be. Okay, so now we have this data. Okay, so using this data, now what I need to do is I need to generate the AI result, right? So that is what we are going to do next. All right then, so now let's search for aistudio.google.com. There we go. Okay, so this is the AI. Then click the get API key. So these are the things. Okay, these are the projects which I do already have. So okay, let me delete this one. I don't need that. I'm not using. And let me delete this one as well as. Just keep that one. Okay, so click this create API and here you need to choose the project. This is the project which we create and then create an API key. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this key and I'm gonna open my env file, and here this is going to be Gemini API key, and all we have to say white underscore Gemini API key equals to, paste that key. That's it. Then all we have to do is to close this one and get into the create prompt and click the get code, change this into JavaScript. Okay, and then copy this package. Stop the server because we made some alterations on the environment variable. Add this one, pnpm add Google generative AI, so that will be included. Perfect. Then now all we have to do is to get into the source folder, create a new folder called scripts, and inside here I'm going to create a new file called index.ts. Perfect. Here I need to import these things, so I'm going to copy this. I'm going to say import all those things from at generative AI, at Google generative AI. Perfect. Then I need to access the API key, so let's get this, copy this from here, paste it, and copy this variable name, and then instead of process I just need to bring import.meta.env.white, okay, and add this not symbol, okay, at the end if you are getting any issues by the time when you're using this API key. Okay, please add the not sign at the end. You will not get any unwanted type error. Okay, sometimes it will cause the type error because we don't want to run into the type error. Then I'm going to copy this right after here, use the that generation configurations. Then we need to have the safety settings, so you can have a look into their safety settings. They have their safety settings documentation, Gemini safety settings, and if you click their safety settings, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you can understand what are the different safety settings they do have and how to use those safety settings into their projects and everything. Okay, please go through their documentation. Then now I need to create an instance for the chat session. So export const chat session is equals to model dot start chat, open the object using the generation configurations and the safety settings. Save it. Now we have that index dot seeds scripts. Let's get back to the form mock interview and let's run the localhost. Then inside over here, this is the place where we have the data in our hand, and we all know that. Okay, so using that data only, I need to generate it. So if I do have the initial data, which means this is the place we need to write the update process. We need to do the update process, right? Else I need to create that data. This is the place where we are going to create a new mock interview. Okay, so here all I have to say, if is valid, if the form is valid, then const AI result, we need to clean the AI result. Sorry, first we need to generate the AI result. So await, I'm going to create one more function called local function called generate AI response. So I'm going to supply the data into it. So above this function, I'm going to create one more function, copy const AI generate AI response, which is going to be an asynchronous function. Then I'm going to get the data, which is going to be the form data itself, and it is going to be an arrow function. Inside this generate function, inside that function, what we need to do is we need to create ourselves a very custom prompt. So I'm going to bring that prompt over here and let me enable the word wrap. Okay, see, as an experienced prompt engineer, generate a JSON array containing 5 technical interview questions along with detailed answers based on the following job informations. Each object in an array should have the fields, questions and answers formatted as follows. Just the sample format which we are looking for, and the descriptions, and the question should assess the skill in the data or tech stack development and best practices problems. So this is the detailed prompt. So this prompt, it is going to generate the results. So const AI results is equals to AI result equals to await chat session, await from the scripts chat session, send the message using this prompt. That is going to send that message. Then we are going to get the AI result. Then I'm just going to say console.log AI result dot response dot text dot, let's trim it, unwanted white spaces, let's trim those things, and let's do the console.log. Let's check it out whether it is working or not. Inspect the elements and get into the console, close it. So web designer used to build custom websites, 5 years of ReactJS, Firebase, something like that. Click the create. It's loading. I think it is generating the AI result. If everything is working fine, you should get the result. Oops. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering. I just created a new this one. I just created myself a new one in the existing project. Oh my goodness. Used to build an AI front end web apps file ReactJS Firebase. Click create and let's see. Loading. It's still loading. Let's wait until it sucks. And there we go. See, this is the AI results, and it is giving us the complete array of objects. But the problem is the data which we are expecting, it's not clean. So we need to clean that result. So I'm just going to copy this and create myself one more function over here called const clean AI response is equals to open it, and this function is going to get the response text, which is going to be type of string. Inside here, I'm going to clean that response text. So the very first step, it's going to be trim the unwanted white spaces. Then I need to remove any occurrence of this triple dot or JSON data over there. That is the step 2. Then the step 3, it's going to be extract the array out of it, and that we can extract that by using the regular expression. We are trying to match this particular pattern, and we are trying to extract that array out of it. If it is an array, then we are going to get that. See, once it's figured out on the match, if it is matched, the 0th index will carry the exact array of data which we are looking for. So we are accessing that 0th index. Otherwise, we are throwing an error. No JSON array found in that response. Okay. Then at the end, we need to parse that JSON of array of object. Otherwise, it will still be a string. So in the step 4, we have to parse the clean JSON text into the array of objects. We are parsing it and we are returning it. And that will be returned back over here. Instead of console.logging over there, I'm just going to get const cleaned response is equals to clean JSON, clean AI response, supply the AI result dot response dot text in it. That's it. That's all you need to supply. Then you just need to return cleaned cleaned response, this instance. Okay, so now we are getting the result, and that will be stored up over here, which is the questions and answers, and that we need to save it into the Firebase collections. So I'm just going to say const interview interview reference, which is going to be await add doc, use the collections, then supply the database instance which needs to be imported. Then I need to supply the interviews collection name. Then right after here I need to supply the data, so it's going to an object, break it. Okay, we already break it as an object, so destructure the data in it. Along with that I need to supply the user ID, and then along with that I need to supply the questions, which is going to be the AI result which we collected from the cleaned response function, then created at which is going to be server timestamp provided by the Firebase itself. Okay, and then get the ID is equals to interview reference dot ID. Then I need to update that data with the ID, update doc, supply the doc database instance, use the interviews collections, this is the collection name, then supply ID, then supply the object which you want to update, break it. Here you need to supply the ID and updated at server timestamp, because I need to include the add doc will automatically generate an unique reference. We need that, so that's the reason we are getting that ID and we are updating that ID directly into our data. Okay, so otherwise what you can do is, by the time when you're fetching the data, you can retrieve the ID and you can supply it into it. You can do that one also, but I need to store the ID. And yep, I think I think that this is inappropriate. It is because every time when you're creating a new data, it is going to perform two actions for a single data. So I think it would be inappropriate. So let's delete that one. And I don't need this reference, as well as if I don't need an ID, so delete it. So right after here, I just going to say toast, open it, toast message dot title, then description, which is going to be the description itself, toast message dot description. Then if that is everything is fine, all I have to say is to navigate the user to /generate, then replace it into true. So I hope it should be fine. Okay, let's check it out. Create. If everything is working fine, it should be create a new collection in our database. Then it should return back to /generate. Let's see. There we go. See, create a new mock interview. Toast notification is also triggered and it is being redirected. So let's get back over here and refresh this one. There we go. See, interviews, new interviews, and we have the array of questions over here. And along with that, they do carry the answers and they do carry the questions. Perfect. And this is what we are looking for, right? So you see, we don't have the ID prop inside, but by the time when you're fetching the data, you need to supply the ID prop. So if I do have the initial data, I need to write a code for update. So if it is valid, then here I need to generate the same AI results one more time, because if you make any changes, then you need to fetch the data, right? So here I'm just going to say await update doc, open it, supply the doc, then supply the database instance, then interviews from the collection. So copy this better don't make any spelling mistakes, interviews. Then supply the data id, initial data dot id. Then get the objects, supply the questions, which is going to be AI results. We need to update that questions, right? Then I need to destructure the data object, whatever I do have, then updated at, which is going to be the server timestamp. I don't need to update nothing else. Then I'm just going to copy this and put it over here, save it. This is for updating purpose, because right now if I click add new, it is going to be in create mode. Later, whenever you wish to open any specific data, it needs to display that edit mode as well as. So now if you get back to the create edit page, this is the place where we are fetching the data and we are supplying the informations. And if you get back to the dashboard, this is the place where we need to pull all the record and we need to display that informations. So in order to pull the data, I need the user ID. Based on the user ID only, I need to fetch the data from the interviews. So use state, which is going to be loading, because we need the loading animations, which is going to be false. Then const use auth by clerk. I need the user ID. Then I need to get one more instance, const use state snippet interviews, set interviews, which is going to be an empty array, and it is going to carry the interview arrays. Let's keep it on the top. All right, then right after here, use effect, and inside here, inside this dependency injection, you need to supply the user ID. Whenever the user ID changes, you need to fetch the interviews. So for fetching the interviews, what we are going to do is we are going to use a real-time listener for the interviews collections. So whenever there is the user ID matches, for that particular user ID matches data being modified or deleted or newly created, it needs to automatically trigger that event listener. Sorry, it needs to automatically pull the data from the collections using that event listener. So I'm going to create myself an interview query. It's equals to, so use the query function, then use the collection, supply the database instance, make sure the collection has been included, then supply the collection name interviews. Okay, then supply the var condition, use the var function. For the var function, we're going to filter it by using user ID. It should match the exact, so double equals to, then supply the user ID. That's the query. Then I'm going to create function and subscribe is equals to, I'm going to use the on snapshot function provided by the Firebase. Then I need to supply the query in it. Then I need to get the callback function, which is going to give me a snapshot. Hit the enter. Then over here, interview list, which is going to be the type of interview of array. So let's get the snapshot docs, collect the list of docs. Then we're going to use the map function. Then we are going to access the one by one doc. Okay, and it is going to return so const id is equals to doc dot id. So here, along with that, I need to return id, then destructure the doc.data, whatever the data is, and I just need to return it, and the ID needs to be returned. Yeah, it is the ID only. Yes. So this is how you need to return it. So where this function is being finished, here this entire data needs to be returned in the type of interview of array, something like that. Then I just need to simply say set interviews as interviews list, and then set loading as false. And at the end over here, I just need to this is the unsubscribe function, and if there is any error is happening, I need to fetch the errors as well as open it. Then I just need to simply trigger a toast message and do a console log over there, just like this. Let's bring the toast in it. Then right after here, clean that listener event, so return unsubscribe. So if everything is working, this is the time to check. So save these changes. If everything is working over here, we should not get any message, any error message. So let's set loading as true. Okay, I don't think so there is an error. No errors, which means everything is working perfectly. So right after this separator, I'm gonna create myself a division, class name, medium devices, it's going to be a grid. Then on medium devices grid column, of course it's going to be 3 different columns. Then gap, of course it's going to be 3, padding top and bottom it's going to be 4. Then inside here I'm just going to say if it is loading, then I need to make sure array dot from open it destructure the length property 6. I'm gonna create a 6 custom skeletons map, open it, call back rendering functions, and I don't need the value, I just need the index. So skip the first one and get the index, and I need to bring the skeleton. So get back over here and search for skeleton, copy this, install it, and then bring the skeleton over here, import the skeleton. Okay, otherwise I need to check the interview length, interviews.length. If the interviews.length, if it is greater than 0, I'm going to check one more condition, interviews.map, get the interview out of it. Then I'm just going to create a paragraph. I'm just going to say interview dot position. Then I need to supply the key as the interview dot ID. Okay, so let me enable the word wrap. So this is the one more condition, right? And here we need to check one more other condition, a false condition, right? Create an empty div. Right now let's keep it as an empty div. So save these changes. Let's check it out. If I refresh this, we are getting the skeleton, and it's simply saying it as the web developer because we do have an data, and it is displaying that one as the web developer. Okay, and here all I have to do is to simply say that we don't have a data to display it. For that, I'm just going to say assets. It's just an static data. If there is no, if see, it's saying no data found, simply no data found. All you have to do is to click over here to create a new content right now, but I do have this. So if I let me try to create new one, which is going to be graphic designer, used to work on Photoshop and Illustrator to design the vector graphics. Then 6 years of experience. Let's say Photoshop, Lightroom, Illustrator. Click the create. If everything is working fine, now it should create it and it should immediately retrieve it back to the generate page. Then automatically the listener should trigger. Look at that. Without the refreshing the page, we are getting the data instantly. That's the beauty of Firebase listener event. See? Okay, and all we have to do is to go ahead and design this interview pin, and we can move on to the next steps one after another. Okay, then so now instead of this paragraph tag, I'm just going to create myself a new interview pin, and I'm going to supply the key to it, which is going to be interview.id. Then I need to supply the interview directly into the interview itself. So I just need to create this as a new component, pin.tsx rafc interview pin interface interview pin props open it interview, which is going to be the interview type, then break it interview props, supply the interview in it, save it and get it to the dashboard, supply it over here. Perfect. Now we are getting the interview pin and interview pin, which is working perfectly as we expected, right? So now what we have to do is we have to customize this interview pin, and that is what we are going to do. Interview pin. So if you check it out over here, once I get started, if I click start, we are displaying the same pin only, but on the mock interview it's displaying the actions, but on the mock page it's not showing the actions. So for that I'm gonna simply on mock page, which is an optional one as a boolean, and by default over here on mock page it's going to be false. Okay, by default we are not on the mock page. If it is true, we should not display it. Simple as that. So now we are going to then bring all those necessary actions and everything. Navigate, let's import all these instances, use state and use auth. Let's bring all those one after another. Then I'm going to bring one more function on delete function in order to delete that particular data. I think we can keep this delete action inside the prompt instead of keeping it over here. We can keep it inside. Okay, so for that we need the card. Get this card, install it, close it, and I'm going to import all this card import statement, import it. Then for this we're gonna get the card. So for this card we're gonna have a very specific styles, UI styles. Okay, let me enable the word wrap. So you should be able to see the look and feel of it just like this. Okay, so I removed the shadows, added some rounded radiuses. Okay, then I need to bring the card title, which is going to be interview dot position. Okay, that's the title. So for then off after that, um mm, mm, mm. Card title is looking a little bit bigger, I think so. Then let's see, bring the card description, interview dot description. Okay, so I think we need to reduce this size text excel itself. That would be more appropriate. Otherwise, still LG. I think this should be fine. LG. Yes. Then right after here, I'm gonna bring div class name with full flex item center gap. It's going to be 2 and flex needs to be wrap. Inside here, if I have the data dot text tags, sorry, interview dot text tags dot split by using comma, then I need to map through it, access the word and the index of it, render this badge, install the badge, copy this, install that one. Then let's bring that badge from not lose it React, please make sure .ui. From here I need to supply the key, which is going to be the index, then the variant, which is going to be outline variant. Then for that class name, it's going to be this specific styles. And inside here, I'm gonna bring the word. If you save these changes, you should be able to see this. Perfect. Right? Now we have the badge. Then right after this division, I need to bring the card footer. Okay, so for the card footer, I'm gonna display the styles based on that. So let's bring this cn function. By default, it is going to be with the full flex item center padding 0. If it is on mock page, it should be the entire the number and the date and time needs to be this particular date and time need to be displayed at the end. If it is not on the mock page, then it should use the justify between, which means date and time needs to be at the first and the action button needs to be at the end. That is what we needed, right? That's the card footer here. Then I need to bring the paragraph tag in order to display. So let me bring a paragraph tag with this specific class name. Okay, so here I'm gonna render that name and as well as the time. So let me open it, bring the dynamic string literals dollar of new date, open it, interview dot created at dot to date, it's a function. Then convert this into to local date string, open it, and enus comma date style, which is going to be long. Save it. That's how it looks, January 25 2025. Then right after here, I'm gonna add an hyphen, then dollar new date of interview dot created at dot to date of this function, then dot to local time string enus, comma time style, which is going to be short. Now you should get the time when it is being created. Perfect. Okay, so I need to display the action buttons as well as, so right after here, if not on mock page, I need to bring those action buttons. So div class name flex item center justify center gap, which is going to be 4. I think gap it is not necessary. If I need, I can give that gap. So I need this tool tip, this one. So copy this, paste it. Okay, so for that, I'm going to create myself a tooltip reusable component just like this. Okay, so I'm going to create a new button, tooltip button.tsx. Okay, which is going to be just like this. So for this, we copied the import statement from here, and we have the button and the loader icon, and we are creating the button variants with the type ghost, link, default, destructive, outline, secondary, null, undefined. These are the different types of the button, and these are the interface, the properties for those buttons: content, icon, on click, button variant, button class name, delay effects, disabled, loading, animations, and supply all those properties in it. And we are getting this tooltip providers and the tooltip actions and everything. And the trigger, it's going to be a button. And if it is loading, it's going to display the loader, or else it's going to display the icon. And it is going to display the, if it is loading, display the loading text, or it's going to display the button text content. Okay, so here we are going to use this one, get into here. Okay, so first what we are going to do over there, that's the most important thing. So let's bring that button, the very first button, get it over here. So let's bring this. Okay, this is the edit option. See, we have the button for edit. When I click this, it is going to load the edit option, so which is going to be sky. So save this. Then I'm gonna copy this, exactly the same thing over here. Instead of edit, we can say this one as view I. That would be more appropriate. And this one, it is going to be feedback. And for the feedbacks, we need to navigate the user to this specific route, generate feedback. Then you need to supply the interview.that_id. Okay, so for this feedbacks, I'm just going to say yellow, or yeah, I think yellow would be fine. That's for the feedback. And for the icons, it is going to be newspaper. Save it. That's how it looks. View and the feedback. Then for start option, this is how it's going to be. And let's import this one. This is for start. Okay, when you click this, it is going to take the user to the same page where we used to create that. Now if I click this, it should load the data, and it should display the form informations directly into your form. See, now it is showing saves changes. Now if I click this, it is going to save the changes whatever I made, and it's going to update the record, and it is going to instantly reflect over there. So let's say full stack web developer, and if I click save changes, you can see now it is loading, and it is trying to update it is trying to fetch the AI results based on the updated informations. We are getting an error. What is that? Maybe an issue. Undefined properties index of where it is. Mm, update doc, we are getting the error over here. Update doc interviews initial data dot id, or we can simply supply interview. No, we need to supply the initial data dot id only. Let's check the Firebase docs. Firebase docs, and let's check the update doc. Add data, click that one here. Set custom objects, set doc, add doc, update document. This is the one. Update doc, doc database collections, and the id. Okay, update, and we are supplying the object. We are supplying the questions, destructuring the data instance, updating it. Everything is fine over here. Dot catch error, console dot log error. Whatever the error we are getting, let's console log it. Let's see. This should give us the answer now. We are getting an issue. Why is that? Cannot read properties of. Okay, over here itself we are getting that error, which means it's not even coming inside. Wait a minute. Console.log initial data. I think the issue is the initial data, because it doesn't know the ID. Maybe because of that only. Let's see now. because by the time when we are fetching it over here, we are not returning the ID. That's the issue. I think that might be the issue. Yes, see, we are not getting the ID. That's the problem. So I need to supply the ID interview doc dot ID, then the rest of the data. So that will supplies the informations. And now if I click save changes, it should save the changes. It's printed and there we go. See, update saved successfully and it is getting back. It's working perfectly. So let's try one more time. This time change it for real full stack web developer and click save, and let me remove that unwanted console where it is. This one, delete this. There we go. See, full stack web developer, it is updated, so it is working as we expected. All right, so now this is working, and feedback and the start. So the next thing is going to be the start section. When I click this, it is going to take the user to generate interview that particular section, and that is what we are going to do next. All right then, so now all we have to do is to close all these things, close all, and let me open the app.tsx. So in the app.tsx, now in order to get into that mock page, if I click the start, okay, it is going to take me to interview, to that specific interview ID. So for that, we are going to bring the mock load page. This is the page that we are going to bring in the routes mock load page.tsx RAFC mock load page. Okay, then let me import this one, and now you should be able to see the mock load page. So in the mock load page, get into the mock load page. So for that mock load page, let's bring some necessary states first over here. Let's bring all the necessary states. These are all the necessary states. Use params, import it, use state and interviews. All these things are necessary things. Get it for this is for webcam and interview ID, fetching the interview IDs and everything, right? So please make sure that this interview ID and this interview ID needs to be same, otherwise you will not get that data. So here then I'm gonna bring the use navigate hook in order to navigate from one page to another. If not interview ID, I need to push the user to the generate page itself, right? Using that interview ID, I need to fetch that interview just exactly the same way how we did in the create edit page section. I'm just going to copy it from here, then I'm gonna put it up over here, import it, and import all the necessary packages just like that. Okay, save it. Now we will have the data in our hand, and if it is loading, if it is still loading, then we need to display the loader page over here. Save it. Okay, now in this return page, we need to return the styles and everything. So let's create that. For this class name, I'm just going to flex column, and the width of course is going to be full, gap is going to be 8, and py it's going to be 5. And inside here I'm gonna create myself a div class name flex item center justify between, and width of course it's going to be full, gap it's going to be 2, inside here, let me bring the custom breadcrumb. See, we have the custom breadcrumb and it is displaying that particular ID detail over here. Then right after here, I'm going to bring a button in order to start that interview. That's the thing. That is going to start the interview by pushing this generate interview, that interview ID, then /start. Like after this, it's going to say /start, which means we are starting that interview, particular interview, just like that. Okay, then right after here, if I do have the interview, then I need to display that interview pin. But this time, this is going to be on mock page. Okay, this time this is going to be on mock page. So we are getting an type error. I'm not sure. Let me try to fix this. Okay, I need to check the condition. Still, only if there is an interview only I'm trying to display this. Otherwise, I'm not trying to display it, but I don't know why it is arising me that error. Interview ID, then navigate instance as well as. Yep. Still, we are getting an error. Why? We are getting an error. Interview pin, interview pin, interview pin. Here. Okay. Wherever I use the interview, just like that, I just need to use this question mark. Now that issue should be resolved. Okay, the condition is not working. I don't know why this condition is not working. Let's fix this by using this copilot. Let's see. Everything is fine, but don't know why. Let's try a reload window. Still, we are getting this null. I return a condition if I don't have this interview. I think then just let me put it over here. Let me bring that one. If not interview itself, I need to do the same thing. There is no possible way we are getting this. It's saying that Uh, I'm not sure what is that issue. We are not getting the data now. My bad. It's early morning, right? So I was so sleepy. It's just a very blunder mistake because it doesn't have a prop call data. My God. So save it. Now there will be no more issues. It was working, so this is unnecessary. I think it would be fine because if the interview ID is there, it's a valid ID. Then if the interview is not there, then we need to return it. Okay, every condition is fine and there is no type issues and interviews, everything has been displayed. Okay, so now it is everything is fine. Then I need to bring the alert. Let me copy this. I need to bring the alert, which is a static data. Let me copy this one, import it. Then I need to bring the alert data right after here. Import this light bulb from Lucid React. You should be able to see that alert notification. Then I need to bring the webcam. So I'm going to bring the webcam. So for displaying the webcam, we are using this React webcam. So go ahead and install that one, pnpm add webcam. Then import that package at the top. Import webcam is equals to webcam. Then right after this alert notification, so we need to create a division. Okay, inside this division I'm going to create one more division which is going to looks like this. Save it. This is how it looks. Let me enable the word wrap. Then inside this division only I need to display that webcam. I need to make sure if the webcam is enabled, then I need to bring the webcam component. On user media I need to set the webcam enabled. On user media error I need to set webcam enabled as false. Then this is the webcam icon. Save it. Okay, so now I need to bring a button in order to like enable that option, right? So when you click that, we need to enable and disable the webcam. So right underneath it, when I click this, it is going to bring that webcam, and when you click that, it is going to disable that webcam, right? So we successfully finished this page. Okay, so right. Yes, so we finished this. So this one we never used it, so I'm just going to quick fix this. Remove. Oh, I don't need to remove. Disable no unused one. Okay, for the entire file. Oh, come on, this is just a type issue. This should fix that issue. Perfect. All right, so let me when I click this start option, it is going to take me to the start page, which we don't have that yet. So all we have to do is to go ahead and create that particular page. So I'm going to get into the app.tsx. So right after here, I'm going to create this mock interview page. Source routes mock interview page.tsx RAFC mock interview page. So this is the mock interview page. So inside this mock interview, just exactly the same way as what we did, all we have to do is to get the interview and interview ID, copy this and put it over here. and bring this package. Yes, just oops, just like that. Then right after here, I need to get that loading state and the use navigate and all those things. So just exactly the same way what we did over here. So loading and all these things stuff. I'm going to copy this literally from there to there and paste it. Loader page, then use effects. I don't think so. This webcam, it's not necessary over there. Use navigate, get this doc and this one and this. All right, so save all those changes. If there is any issue right now, it will be raised up. So far we don't get any issues, so I think there is no issues at all. So next I need to bring the class name over here, just like this. Delete this one. Then I need to bring the custom breadcrumb. Let me load the custom breadcrumb just like this, which is going to be breadcrumb. It's going to be start, and we have to bring the mock interviews. Then we need to bring that particular interview name over here. See, just like that. Then right after here, I need to create myself a div, which is going to say width, of course, as full. Inside here, I'm going to bring the same alert. So I'm going to bring the alert from here, copy, bring that alert on the top of it. Then right inside over here, we are going to bring the alert. Bring the light bulb, but the colors, it's going to be different. Just exactly the same one, but the color is going to be different. Then right after this division, if interview is there, if the interviews dot questions, and if the interview dot questions dot length is greater than 0, then I need to render a division, class name, margin top, which is going to be 4, then width, of course, it's going to be full, then flex column item needs to be start, and the gap, it's going to be 4. Then we need to bring the question form. So we need to supply the questions to it. Then it is going to display that questions in that question form. So we have to create a new component inside the components folder called question-form.tsx. Okay. Oh my God. All right. So for the questions section, I think let's rename this as question section. That would be more appropriate. Section. And here also, let's keep the name as section, question section. So here RAFC, question section, then interface question section props, which is going to collect the questions. It is an array of objects, carries the questions and objects. Then let's destructure it over here. Question props, then let's supply the questions, save it, and here save it, and import this one. That should prevent that error. Okay, now we are inside the question sections. So I need to bring the necessary states inside over here, which is in case that is going to be whether it is the voice is playing or not, whether the webcam is enabled or not, those things. Let's bring those things. Perfect. Then I'm going to create one more, which is going to be current speech, which is null, and which is using the type of speech synthesis utterance provided by the JavaScript object itself. Either it can be null or it can use that what Okay, then okay, so now we are going to create the divisions. Okay, save it, and now we have that border and everything. So now we need to bring that tabs in it, tabs, oops, not caps, see, tabs. Copy this, Control J, paste it, install it. Then I'm just going to bring this tabs and import it on the top. Okay, so instead of this question section, I'm gonna bring the tabs. Now I should able to see the tabs in it. Inside the tabs, next I need to bring the tabs list. So this is the tabs list, which is going to display the question number 1, just like this tabs list. And we have a very unique styles to display that, like class name, bg transparent, and the tab trigger, which is going to be the button. And here we are using this data state active. This is the prop class name, which is changing the styles for the active tab. So by using this data state active, we are changing the custom styles. That's the thing. So now we can see this is the question number 1. Then we are going to use this question map. So right after the tab list, if I have the questions dot map, open it, then I'm gonna call a callback rendering function, enter, and I'm going to get the tab and the index out of it. Here I'm going to bring the tab content. We are going to bring the tab content. Tab content, and inside the tab content, this is the place where we are going to display the paragraph tag with that displaying the tab question, just like that. Then I'm going to create myself a complete division. Right after here, I'm going to bring a tooltip button where I can say simply whether the button is playing or not. Okay, tooltip button. If the button is playing, it is going to display that volume X button. If the button is not playing, it is going to display that volume 2 button. So we don't have this handle play questions function. So let's go ahead and create that function now. Const handle play function, which is going to be a callback function and which is going to get the question as the string. So save it. Now you should be able to see this one. Okay, so now whenever I click this question, it needs to start playing, right? It needs to start playing. Okay, so when I click this, now it needs to change the icon, and as well as it needs to start reading the questions. So that's the thing. If is playing and the current speech it exists, I need to stop if it is already playing. So that is why we are going to use this one, window.speech synthesis as cancel. Then we are making everything as a false and null. Otherwise I need to start. So for that, I need to make sure whether that speech synthesis is exist in the window. So speech synthesis in window, then I need to open the condition. I need to get that speech is equals to new speech synthesis utterance, open it, supply the question into it, which you need to read, then window dot speech synthesis dot speak with the speech which you generated, then set playing as true, then set current speech with the speech. Okay, then at the end I need to handle the speech synthesis. Once it is being successfully sent, I need to play it. So once it is being once it is successfully finished, I need to stop the playing, then I need to set the speech as null. So save it. Then now if I click this,
Describe your
See,
experience with
it
state
is playing
management
now.
and complex React
And when I click
applications.
this again, it will be stopped completely. It will be stopped, right? So that is what we did so far. And now if you click, I can change the questions, different sections of the questions. Okay. Next, what I need to do is at the end over here, if I click this section, this is the division where it's been completed. So right after here, I need to show the options for the user to record the answer. So record answer, and this record answer, it is going to take the question and whether the webcam is enabled or not, or whether the webcam is set the webcam or not. So we are going to access all those things over here, right? So I'm going to get the new component called record answer.tsx RAFC record answer. Okay, so please make sure they are spelled properly. Copy and paste it over here, save it, then let's import it over here. Okay, we have the record answer now, but we don't have those props and everything. So first what we need to do, we need to create those interface props. So let me get into the records answers. I don't need this. Let me get into over here, interface record answer props. Let's bring the record answer props, and let's bring those questions and everything inside of it. Questions, then I need to bring the is webcam, then I need to bring the set is webcam, everything in it. Save this function. All right, so now we are here. All right. So for converting the speech into the text, so we are going to use a very specific package called React Hook speech to text. That is the one that we are going to use. So React Hook speech to text, this is the one. So let's get back over here, pnpm add React Hook speech to text. All right. Okay, so now we installed it successfully. So for that, I need to bring those packages as well. As if you click that, you can see that they give you these specific instructions how to do that and all those things. See, these are the objects that you need to get from there, and this is how you need to import it, and this is how you can use the results over here. So that exactly what we are going to do now. Okay, so first we are going to copy all these stuffs from here, right? So copy it, and then we are just going to paste it straight away over here. Okay, then right after here we are going to bring a specific states like the to store the user answer, whatever I'm speaking, I need to convert that speech into text, then I need to store it, then I need to generate whether once the text has been successfully converted, I need to generate the data, validate the data, right? That's one. Then I need to store the results, then I need to have one more function called whether it is open or not, right? One more state. So that open state, it is going to help me to keep, it's a boolean value which helps me to keep track um, which is okay. So we are going to have one more state for the open state. It's for saving the module. Are you sure, do you want to save that particular data or not? For that purpose only we are going to have. So let me bring all the necessary states over here. So use state, then use auth, use params, this AI response. So this is the AI, basically that AI response when you recorded the answer, the response which you are trying to fetch back, it's going to have the ratings and it is going to have the feedback. That's the type which you are looking for. Okay. Oh, these are elements. So we don't want this. So let me quickly disable all the unused variables. Okay, this is just still it's showing those things are unused variables. Fine. Okay, let's use it one by one. Then what we need to do is wait a minute. So here we need to start writing the styles. I'm going to copy this and paste this styles over here. So you should be able to see it is right now, it is in the center. Then here we need to bring the save model. Okay, that's the later part. Then right now we need to bring the exact same webcam look and feel. I think we do have the webcam look and feel in the mock page over here. This one, this exact same style, copy it and then put it over here. And this time, instead of webcam enabled, is just is webcam. And bring the webcam icon, and along with that we need to bring the import statement for that webcam as well as. So now we have that webcam over there, right? Then we need to bring the action buttons groups. So here I'm going to create a div, class name, flex, item center, justify, center, and the gap, it's going to be 3. Inside here, I'm going to bring the tooltip buttons. The very first button is going to be for enabling the webcam, right? For that purpose only. This is for enabling the webcam. It's working. Then the second one, it's for recording the answer, right? So for recording the answer, we need to have a function first. Let's create that function. Right after here, const record answer is equals to record answer. So let's bring that button now and paste it over here. See, now we're having this button. So inside the record answer, inside this particular record answer, what we need to do is, all we have to do is to record user answer. So this is the place where we are going to record the user's answers. So here I'm just going to say this is going to be an asynchronous one. Okay, so here if it is recording, then I just need to say stop speech to text. Okay, if the user's answer dot length, if the user answer is exist and if the length is less than 30, I need to say your answer cannot be less than 30 characters, right? That's the message that we are trying to send the users for. Okay, otherwise based on that, I need to generate the AI result. Okay, I need to generate the AI result. So const AI result. So if not, we just need to say start speech to text. Okay, don't worry about that AI results and all those things. We will work on that later. AI results. Okay, So then what I need to do is we need to okay, so we need to bring one more button that is for one more button. This is for recording the new answer. So this is for recording one more new answer. So every time when you want to record it, we just need to stop the user answer to empty, then stop it, then we start it one more time. Save these changes. Okay. So now whenever it is getting started, right, we need to collect that information. So we need to collect that information. So for that particular, whenever you click this record mic option, what it is going to be basically, it is going to trigger this use effect hook. Here, I'm just going to store the results. If there is any changes on results, I just need to keep on combine all the transcripts to combine it into a single answer. So const combined transcripts is equals to results, get the results. Using the filter method, filter, I'm going to extract the result. Then that result is going to be the very specific type. Result is result type, which is provided by that use to speech text, this hook, where it is. This one, use speech to text hook. So right there, I'm just going to make sure if the type of result, if the type of result is not equals to string, if it is not equals to string, I'm going to filter it. Then this one is going to give me an array. Then I'm going to use the map function to loop through that result. Then I'm just going to get the transcript out of it. Then I'm going to join it with an empty space. So every time whenever you break it, it is going to collect the new transcript with the previous one. Then it is going to combine it. So now I need to send this set user answer into combined user transcript. Okay, so this is what it's going to be happening every time whenever you are doing this stuff. So in order to display that, right after this division, we are going to have a div. Inside this div, I'm going to have, say, your answer with a paragraph tag. Then inside here, I'm going to display this particular paragraph tag. Okay, either display the user answer or start recording to see your answer. And then I need to display the current speech every time whenever there is the results. I need to display my current speech as well, as because I need to look into my results, what I'm speaking, right? So now when I click this, now it is start listening, right? You can see that whatever I'm speaking, it is being converted into text and it is being instantly displaying over here. This is happening, it's because when I click that, it is starting this function, this record user answer function, and here it's saying if it is recording, stop it, otherwise start it. Whenever it gets started, this use effect is going to be triggered. The reason is because the results gets updated. So whenever the results gets updated, the transcripts get updated. If the transcripts get updated, it is going, the interim results will get updated, right? So that's the reason this use effect it's working, due to that interim results. So if the transcripts gets updated, we are going to get that results and we are displaying it instantly over here, right? So that is the reason for all these, that's how it's working. So now we have that entire speech to text option. So here I'm just going to bring one more button that is for, this is for save button. Save button. Okay, so now we have all the action buttons, and we have the record user answers, recording new answers. This is the place where we are getting the user effects and everything. Okay, so now all we have to do is to what we need to do is here we need to generate the AI result. We need to generate the AI result. Then here, this is the place where we are getting the results. User answers is stored over here. If that condition is true, this is the place where we will come, and this is the place where we need to generate the AI result. So this is the place where we need to get that result by using the questions. We need to generate the results by using the questions and the answer, and along with the user answer, right? So right after here, I'm going to generate the const asynchronous method. Okay, so this is going to take these three different parameters over here: question and question answers and the user answers. Then I'm just and it is going to return a very specific promise. It is going to return a very specific promise, which is the AI response which we are having over here, the rating and the feedback. Now inside here, I'm just going to say set is generating, AI is still generating, it's going to be true. Then right inside over here, I'm going to bring the prompt just exactly the same way what we did for generating the results over there. So let me enable the word wrap so you can see the complete prompt. See, question, user answer, correct answer, and we are asking it to evaluate and give the ratings from 1 to 10 based on the answer quality of the user provided. So that will gives you the data what we are looking for. Then I'm just going to open the try and catch. If there is any error is happening inside, I'm just going to simply return the ratings as 0, and I'm going to raise the toast message. And inside the finally block, I'm just going to say set is AI generating as false. And inside the try block, this is the place where we are going to get the AI result by using the chat session which we exported from our scripts. We are going to generate that. Then we are going to we need to clean the AI response as well as, right? So I'm going to get the create edit form. Here we have this clean AI response, right? So I'm just going to copy this and get back over here, and right at the top of it, paste it. I don't need the step 3 over here. This is not necessary. I just need the step 3. Get it, and then remove this unwanted text and everything, then pass it, then send it back. This is what we need. So save it, and now over here I have the AI result. Right after here, I need to parse that result, and then I need to return that parsed result. That is what I need to do. That's all. Okay, so that's what we are expecting this for this particular functions to be. It is going to collect the result and return it, and by parsing it. So this generate results will be collected back over here in the AI results. At that point, we'll get that. Then we will store that AI results into the using results. Okay, that is what this results, the AI results will be stored over here, the AI results. Okay, so I hope so. Let's do the console.log AI results, and if everything is working fine, inspect the elements. And if I get to the console by stopping it, and let me refresh this. Okay, so now we are using Google Gemini AI in order to validate the user's answers with the answer already generated. So it is going to validate it and it is going to generate the feedback and ratings for us. Now we can see that it is generating, and there we go. See, it is giving the rating and the feedback for us. Okay, so now we are getting this AI results. Now all I have to do is to click this save button in order to bring that model, save model, right? So for that we need to okay, so for that I'm just going to here model dialog. This is the one that we need to install, right? So now we need to save the results into our database. So in order to save the results, I need to copy this, then paste it, install it. So first I need to load this model and everything. So I'm going to create a reusable component inside the components folder called model.tsx, right? So I'm going to bring this dialog. Then I'm going to bring the model props. Okay, model props. Then I'm going to generate the model as a callback, as an arrow function, which is going to return, okay, which is going to return this dialogues and everything. So let's copy the same dialogues and everything over here, and it is going to bring the props in it. Let's bring those model props in it, which we generated over here, this model props. Okay, save these changes. All right, then over here I'm going to have this function. This function is not yet there, so I'm going to create that function in order to open and close that function, and alternatively if it is open, close it, open, just like that. So this is the model reusable component. Then at the end I just need to export a default model. Basically this is a model which is a reusable component, so I can use the same model dialog box for different purposes. For saving, I can use a different UI. If I want to display any alert message, or if I want to display any success message through the models, I can use the same model reusable component which I do have over here. Okay, close this. Now we finish the model, and now we have to create the save model. So I'm going to create one more function called here save model dot tsx. Oops, tsx. Okay, so this bring the import statement and save model props. So basically for save model we are going to have the open, close, on, confirm, loading. If you want to close it, you need to close it. If you want to confirm, which means once the user clicks the save answer, it is going to push the answer into the Firebase, right? That's the thing. So I'm going to create RAFC save model, then save model props. Inside the save model props, we're gonna bring all those is open and on close and unconfirm, all those things. Then we are going to bring those models, that model which is imported. Are you sure this action cannot be done? That's a description. And is open is the based on is open state we do have over here. Okay, then division, we're having the button to cancel in order to close it, and this is the button. It's just going to call the on confirm, whatever the function which I clicked over there, it is going to call that function to save the data. So save it. Okay, so now all we have to do is to make sure this imported properly, save these changes. Let's get into the record answer, and this is the place where we need to display this save model right after here. So that function, at that place, we just going to bring this save model option, save model. Let's import this save model, and this is the function which we don't have yet. I'm just going to create that function, const save answer. Okay, so basically that save user answer, it is going to save the user in answers into the database. Okay, and that function is going to be an asynchronous function. So here I'm just going to say console.log. Okay, so I just going to display the AI results. Let's make sure whether it is working fine or not. Look at that. If you click this, it is going to open that. And if I click continue, it is going to call this save new user function, and it is going to display that result. Okay, now if I refresh this. All right, so currently it is being disabled, so user can't do anything with that unless if the user answers this question, he can't click the save button in order to save the result, right? So he need to answer the most relevant for the question. So stop it. I think the answer is already more than 30 characters. Yeah, now it is working. So the transcripts, sometimes it takes some time to convert it, right? So sometimes it will take combine it. Sometimes it will take some time to combine the text. So that time it will get you the this discomfort, this the unwanted issue, even though if you have more than 30 characters, right? So now this result has been printing. So this is the place where you need to start writing the coding to set loading as true, then bring the try and catch error. If there is any error, then finally in the finally block, set is loading false. Inside the catch, all we have to do is to catch that issue and then raise that issue as a toast message. Okay, then inside the try block, this is the place where you have to, if I don't have any results, I just need to simply return. I should not save it. If I have this, I need to get the current questions. Get the current question from the question.question. Whatever the current question is, I'm going to get that current question. Then I need to query the Firebase in order to check whether the answer for that particular question is already exist or not. So I'm going to write the query by using the query function. You need to supply all these necessary packages. User, that's the collections which we have on the Firebase in order to check database, user answers, user ID, and then current question needs to match exactly the same. Then if it is matches, then it is going to give you that query snap. Okay, we are going to get that query snap. From the query snap, if the user already answered the question, we don't need to save it again. That's the most important thing. If the user already answers the question, we should not save it again. Then here, if we are going to write an if condition, if the query snap is empty. If not, this is the condition. If not, the query snap is empty. We're just going to say query snap. We're just going to say simply that already the user answered this question. Just like if the query snap is not empty, we are just going to print the whatever the size is. Mostly it is going to be only one, because you can say only one answer. And we are going to trigger that toast message. Then we are going to simply return it. Otherwise, only if the user doesn't answer that question, this is the place where we need to save the user answer. Okay, then this is the place I'm just going to create that add doc function. By using this add doc function, I'm going to create in the user's answers, I'm going to create the mock ID reference for which particular interview we are adding it, question and the correct answers and the user answers, feedback and the rating generated by the AI and the user ID, Then I'm just going to use the created at when this user answer has been created at. These are the informations. So we created everything as a separate property in an object, so we can display it easily by the time when we want to display the record. Okay, once everything is been successfully done, I'm just going to simply say toast saved. Okay, then at the end I just need to set the user answers everything as the null and stop the text to speech and everything. This is the user answer it's going to be. So let's say if I click the save and if I click continue, it says saved user answer has been saved successfully. Okay, then finally I just need to say set is open as not open. Cancel this. Okay, now if I check over here, and I should be able to see a new collection for that particular question. Let's check it out. Users answer, see, correct answer, feedback, that particular ID reference, ratings for user answer. Now even if you try to save it one more time, it says already answered. You have already answered this question. You can't answer that question. Bingo. And that's what we needed, right? Perfect. Okay, so now we finished this, and all we have to do is go ahead and display the feedback, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so to get the feedback, first we need to create a separate page in order to do that. So let me close all these things, close everything. Right, then here I'm gonna bring that feedback in the routes feedback.tsx RAFC feedback. Save it and let's import it. Save it. Okay, so now if I click the mock interviews, and whenever I click this feedback, it is going to take me to this feedback section. Now in the feedback, just like exactly the same way, we need to fetch the interview ID and the user ID. Let's bring all the necessary states which is needed for this. Use params, use state, bring the interviews, then we need to bring the types for the user answers. So let's open the types. This is the user answers types: ID, mock interview questions, the correct answers, or whatever the type which we saved, that is the thing. And then bring the use auth, use navigate, save it. Okay, so now we have all those necessary thing. If I don't have the interview ID, I'll have to say return the user. Okay, then inside the use effect hook, right? Inside the use effect hook, inside this use effect hook, if I have the interview ID, what I need to do, I need to fetch. If I have the interview ID, I need to fetch the interview, right? So I need to have a function in order to fetch that interview. So just exactly the same way we fetch the interview var inside the mock loading page, right? So this function, so just copy this function from here and then paste it in over here. Then import these packages. Mostly it's just a repeated code only for fetching, right? So we can use that same code over here. Then based on that ID, we need to fetch the questions feedback based on the ID and based on the mock references. Because if you check it out over here, for that particular user and for that particular interview, we need to fetch the entire feedbacks, right? So for that, I'm going to have one more function inside in it. This is that function. If you check it out over here, this function is using the query because we need to fetch the entire answers answered by that particular user for that specific question. Okay, for the so not for the specific question, for that specific mock interview. Even if you're having 10 to 20 questions, it's need to fetch the entire thing. So query that users answers based on the user ID in the mock ID reference. We need to fetch the user data for that specific interview ID, matching the user ID, and loop through it. Then we need to return the entire data, right? So this is the place where we are returning the data. This it's need to be written as an object, and it is need to be returned as ID. So I need to return the ID. ID is going to be the doc.id. Then along with that, I need to spread out the data, and it is going to be the user answers. This is how the feedback it is going to be. Then I need to call those two functions in order to fetch those data. Otherwise, it will not going to fetch the data, right? So I need to fetch the interview. Then oops, this needs to be inside here, and both of them needs to be inside here, inside the if condition. Then only it will work, otherwise it will not work. Then I need to add those interview IDs, navigate, and the user ID in order to constantly look for any changes happening in the user effects over here. Okay, then right after that, what I need to do is I need to calculate the ratings, because that's the most important thing. We need to display the overall ratings. So in order to do that, we have a specific function. We are going to use the use memo hook. So basically, use memo hook helps us to memorize the functions. Unless or until if there is no changes in that data what we are receiving, it is not going to recreate that function. So that's the reason we are going to use the use memo hook in order to calculate the overall rating. So import the use memo hook. If the feedback.length is equals to 0, then return 0.0 as the point, because we don't have any feedbacks. But if you have the total feedbacks, then you need to use the reduce function in order to access the every single feedback. Then create a local variable, set the default variable value for that variable as 0, then add that variable with the feedback ratings, then you will get the total ratings. Then at the end, I need to return the total rating divided by the feedback's length. It will gives you the overall ratings. Okay, so that is how you are calculating the overall rating. And if it is still loading, we need to, by the time when you are fetching or doing anything, if it is loading, we need to return this loaded page, right? So now all we have to do is to start writing the styles over here. Okay, so the loading is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. Then I need to display the breadcrumb page. I need to display the breadcrumb at the top. So let's bring the custom breadcrumb. This is the one. Just mostly I'm just copying it from the previous page and then displaying it over here. Then right after that division, I need to display the headings, which is a reusable component which we created. These are all just the static content. See, just the static content. Then right after here, I'm going to bring a paragraph tag, which is going to display the overall rating out of the 10 points. Overall rating out of 10 points. Just like that. Then if the interview exists, only if the interview exists, I need to display this interview pin, then interview. I need to supply this, which is going to display that data over here. Then right after that, I need to supply the feedbacks, which is going to be subheading interview feedback. Then if I do have the feedbacks, Then I'm going to bring the accordion. So basically that's the last package which we are going to install from the Shadcn. Accordion. Okay, so let's import all these things over here where it is right after here. Then so the very first one, we need to bring the accordion, which is going to be, just copy and paste it. Accordion, save it inside here. So I'm gonna map through it. So feedback dot map, open it, get the feed out of it, rendering function. Then I'm gonna bring the accordion item. Accordion item. So inside this accordion item, we're going to use this accordion trigger. So let's bring accordion trigger is basically, it's going to be the question itself. So I'm going to bring the accordion trigger and I'm going to set this one as an active feed. Okay, so basically how it is going to work, it is based on the active feed only we can display the different styles for that UI. So whenever you're clicking that question, we are changing the active feed ID. So if the ID matches, we are going to display the different color. Otherwise, you are just going to keep it as the same plain UI. So if I save these changes, it is going to display over here. See, just like that. Okay, unless if I open this, you can see the look and feel, it's completely different. Okay, then I need to bring the accordion content. Right after the accordion trigger, I need to bring the accordion content. Okay, so let me enable the word wrap. All right, inside this accordion content, I need to display the ratings first. How much ratings I've been assigned for that question. If I open this, I should be able to see the ratings. Then right after here, I need to bring the card. So for that card, I need to import all the cards. Let me bring the card. For the card, from the card, I can get the card description. Then I can get the card title, all the necessary informations I needed. Then for the card, we need to set the styles, which is green. The very first card, it's going to be the expected answer. We need to display the expected answer over here. It is going to display the expected, what exactly the expected answer it is. That will be displayed. So for the card title, I'm just going to say class name. Already there, right? So let's say text LG. Then right after here, okay, now it's looking fine. Then inside the card description, I'm just going to display the correct answer because that is what the expected answer. Then I'm going to copy this card and paste it one more time. And then I'm just going to change this green into yellow, which is going to be your answer. Instead of correct answer, this is going to be user answer. Save it. So now it is going to display the expected answer and the user answer over here. Now I'm going to copy this one more time and I'm going to paste it one more time. This time it is going to display the feedback. Instead of yellow color, I'm going to display the red color, and this is going to be the feedback. This is going to be the feedback. So save it, and you should be able to see the feedback for your question. So expected answer, your answer, and the feedback. So you can change the icons just by changing it over here as yep, if you wish to change the icons, you can change it. Otherwise, just leave it as it is. Okay, so this is it. So we finished everything, and all we have to do is to push these changes. Let's say changes project completed, and all I have to do is to click over here and click this option. So that is going to push this entire project into your GitHub. If I get over here and click this, you should be able to see all the changes whatever you made over here. Then we need to finally deploy this project. To deploy this project, you need to log in with your Firebase. So you need to install Firebase in your, and in this case I already logged in. Then I just need to say Firebase. Before getting into the Firebase, clear, then all I have to say pn run build. So that is going to build the optimized version. Okay, so mostly it is saying it's never used. Okay, so you have to remove all these unwanted values, which is you need to remove all these unwanted values which is used in the coding. Then you can deploy this project. Let me remove all those unwanted variables. So once I successfully removed the unwanted import statements and everything, it has been successfully built, and all I have to do is to Firebase init, and here I just need to choose app hosting, hit the space bar and hit the enter, and use the existing project, and AI mock interview YouTube ReactJS, hit the enter. It is going to automatically detect the hosting things and everything, and detected white, yes, of course, use the current directory. Use the default one. In this case, I'm going to use this. I'm not going to set up the automatic deploy. There we go. Then all I have to say Firebase deploy, hit the enter. You don't have to worry about the environment variables and everything. Firebase will manage automatically everything. There you go. It started building. So far there is no issues. It's deploying and it's uploading the files now. There we go. So we successfully deployed it. If I click this, open it, and look at that, we have ourselves the project. If I click this, and if I click over here, click this, continue, there we go. So all you have to do, click the take interview, so add new, everything is working fine. So we successfully deployed the project. I hope you enjoyed the session. So hit the like and subscribe button, and you can download the source code for free, which is given in the description below.